where I left off, it ain't over. Whole squad on the gravel, all I know, I'm a soldier staying. Add attention, shake it off, tell us with it, get the trip. Back to mission, no surrender, just commitment. I see visions, eyes closed, shut, heart monitor going crazy. Medics panicking, woke up from the stretcher in the beds, removing the bandages. Hopes up, I'ma catch whoever made me suffer these damages. Power level breaking screens, they're like, wait, look at them scampering. Rejuvenated viewpoint, I'm basically the man again. Made the world stand still, they amazed, frozen like mannequins. Kick the door off the hinges, make way, someone needs banishing. They ain't think I was able, but I'm came when it come to savageness. I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, I'ma finish it. Little this, little that, everyone pulling triggers full of max. Talking PCs cause they full of that. Ain't really G's, they GNAPs, they really just snacks. Scratch them off, power balls. Look at them spinning, they really spin off. Getting me dizzy, give me a headache, even when I turn my head up, I could really use the Tylenol. Candy rappers talking good and plenty, it's really too many to mention, but no, I'm tired of y'all. Sexual opinion, you could never be my enemy. You make me look good, I should be hiring y'all. I'm reborn, I'm basically the man again. Made the world stand still, they amazed, frozen like mannequins. Kick the door off the hinges, make way, someone needs banishing. They ain't think I was able, but I'm came when it come to savageness. I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it. Still got a little fight, I'ma finish it. I'ma finish it.
Events of all time. They ain't ready for you. They ain't ready for you.
Who's better today? That is going to be the question. So much pressure on these players.
This should be sensational.
They ain't ready for you.
Let's get on our feet. We are wasting no time.
How in the world did Skyz just win that?
Oh man! I do not believe what we are seeing. Literally from the skies. Huke Skywalker.
Knock it out the park, yeah, show in it.
Drazah gets the first, gets the second. Drazah delivers.
I know you say you want it. Now you gotta get it on it.
Whoa! There is no place to hide.
They ain't ready for you.
I cannot believe what I am witnessing.
This is the moment that we have been waiting for. Here we go.
Okay. You might fly in. Side door, opened it. Side door. I stunned it. Picking a nade for it. He's hard stunned. Go for the bounce back. One shot. Side door. I got blown up. He's in, he's in, he's in. Wow. Oh my gosh. What the f? What the f? Yo, let's go, Joe. Let's go, Joe. Fucking beast. Joe, let's go, you beast.
What just happened? Well, if you missed our show on Sunday, things got explosive in the kitchen as a fire extinguisher takes down Florida and LAG walk away with the Game 2 victory. At the end, Florida got the win, though, and today we see both teams in action. Before we talk about the battles, though, Nameless, we got to celebrate something. This person in the middle just turned 18. Woo! Congratulations!
Happy birthday, Allie.
Can we get a well happy chat? Happy 23rd.
Thank you.
Allie, how was your birthday? You have a good time?
Yeah, it was a great time. We all went for Korean barbecue. It was very sweet.
We had a lot of meat, a little macaroon filled with some ice cream, but today we got a lot of Call of Duty. What are you looking forward to here, week 2 of our qualifier for Major 5?
I'm looking forward to sitting next to you guys watching the Call of Duty games later on today.
There you go. Nameless, somebody has to win today between London and LAG, but first, let's talk about a squad that needed wins to stay in our top 8. That's Minnesota Røkkr, who hosted 2 matches at their home series up in St. Paul, Minnesota.
Yes,
they started red hot with a 3-0 over London, but it was Boston besting them in a 3-1, which keeps them 20 points ahead of Legion for now.
Yeah, you know, all in all, a pretty good weekend. There was a little bit of drama around that event, you know, EQ and things of that nature, but the Minnesota Røkkr come out with a 1-1 record and still have a 20-point lead on the next team on the bubble, which is the Vegas Legion. For Minnesota, it'll be about translating their LAN performance into online. As we know, the last couple of online stages, it has not been great for this Minnesota team, but they are improving in game modes like Control and Search and Destroy. So for Minnesota, it's looking pretty good with that 20-point lead.
Minnesota still has 3 games to go. Same thing for Vegas, who is right behind them by 2 games. Boston still 4 matches to play, and Surge are not safe there at 180 points. Still plenty of matches to go, and Allie, things get a little spicier. It's not just 10 points they're playing for in a spot at champs. We are putting money on the line once again next week, or this week.
Oh yeah, bounty matches are back, and even though when we check out the schedule, Saturday is a little underwhelming. Sunday is where some serious bangers go down.
I'm looking at that Surge Breach matchup. That's going to be 6 versus 7. Ultra versus OpTic, though. Is that going to be the match of the week here, Nameless?
I think it can be, yeah. I mean, you're talking about a rematch, 1, but 2, OpTic look unbelievable, and Ultra have bounced back. So those are 2 contenders going at it for 10K. We have 500K next tournament, and then 1 million up for grabs at champs. So it's getting epic. These guys got a ton of opportunity.
$1 million for first place at champs. That is a dream for anyone who ever wants to make money playing video games. 4 of those players, though, are on Boston, and right now they are not favorites to win a tournament, but Boston looking to make some late game improvements, made another roster change. What did we think of the new look?
I love it. Again, Vivid got plugged back into the roster. He was in the original inception of this Boston Breach camp, and they put him on the bench for a little bit. They were trying something new. Their Search and Destroy seemed to have gotten better with the addition of Kremp and Fiends, but then they started slacking in the respawn, which is typically the identity of this team, so they tried to put Vivid back to the roster, and what did we see? We saw a dominant hardpoint and a dominant Control. So shout out to the Boston Breach. I love this move from them, and I can't wait to see them later today.
You know what? Vivid's just one of those guys. He makes the game easier for everyone around him. And when you have teammates like Owakening and players like Beans, these are players with ARs who like to get in power positions and make things happen. They don't want to sit in the hill and just soak time. So for Vivid, he's going to do that for you, right? He's going to be the guy like, no problem, I'll wait for you to get here, then we'll jump out and chow, and I'll go first for you every single time. So on the stat sheet, it's not always going to reflect that, right? That he's the guy out there making these big plays, but he is. And that is what led to them winning 2 hard points in their last series against the home crowd. So for Boston, I think it was the right move. Still a lot to be desired from Boston as a whole, but Vivid for now is the best player to have on this team.
Boston 1-0 after beating the Røkkr. They are currently in 7th on the season and looking to be a lock for champs. Their opponent, though, needs to win out. Let's talk about this Mutineers lineup, because they said we're not done. Even if they don't make it to champs, they could still score big coming into Toronto. They want to land a spot in the winners bracket. We haven't seen that from them in a millennia. So how do they get it done today? What are you looking forward to from Florida?
I mean, I'm looking forward to the fact that this is kind of them getting the pressure put on them, right? They're heading into Major 5, maybe the last time we see this squad together as a team. So it's kind of a prove-it situation for them to prove that they deserve to be in the league and that they are good players and still deserve a spot. So for Florida, I think pressure makes diamonds. I think what we saw from them against LAG was solid, but I mean, that's one of the worst teams we have in the league so far, so they need to show us something against Boston today.
Allie, you know what I like about Florida? Of the bottom 3 teams, they just feel like the only one that hasn't given up.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, we saw them like at the LAN tournament when they had the opportunity to go ahead and beat Vegas, like they ran with it. Vickle had a crazy performance in the game 5, and we're seeing everybody step up when they need them to. Vickle once again turned up, but Brack as well. In this last series they had versus LAG, like they wanted it more, and you can hear that in their comms. You can see it in how they're structuring their gameplay. And with these other 2 teams, you look at LAG and London, these teams that we have coming up, like it feels like at times they've given up, and we've seen that on social media. 7
matches behind the Røkkr. They're hoping Minnesota loses every battle, and if you're a Florida fan, you're really just hoping, can your squad make a run right now in qualifiers? That continues going into that major. But regardless of what happens in this matchup, I think all of these players are playing for a spot next year as well. So keep that in mind. And that is also true true potentially for a Las Vegas squad. Vegas is currently on a run right now. 2 Game 5s. They lost around 11 to OpTic, but they were able to pick up a win against the Subliners. Today, they draw a struggling Atlanta FaZe. What has FaZe shown you recently?
FaZe had shown, it's weird because it's the most consistent, inconsistent team. They're consistent in their placings, but inconsistent in the way that they play the game in some of these series. And one of that being that they just can't get over the hurdle that is OpTic Texas. This is going to continue to be a problem when it comes to them trying to break that top 3 curse and get another chip on them this year. Is they're going to have to change their game plan when it comes against the green wall. Atlanta FaZe, though, this matchup on paper is super easy for them. When you compare the talent on Atlanta FaZe, Las Vegas Legion, to me, it's a little bit of a player difference. But when you look at the stats, they're a lot scarier because it's a much closer battle if you go off of that.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of what happens online, no matter what, FaZe will be a contender at the next 2 tournaments. But at this point, at least in the online portion, they have been mid in respawn. I mean, 7th ranking in hardpoint and control, and most recently going up against OpTic, they got smoked. Like really, really bad. And if you take into account the 6-5 in Search and Destroy, well, that was on Atlanta FaZe's best Search and Destroy map. So even then, you're losing maps like that, taking shots on maps like Expo, still losing. But that is just a matchup thing. For Atlanta FaZe versus most of the other teams, they're usually fine. I do have one issue though, Chris, and it's you're going up against Vegas, who is the 2nd best Search team in the game. So it's going to be a battle when it gets to this series.
If Legion's going to pull off the upset, I expect it to come in another Game 5. As mentioned, throughout their 2 matches in the qualifier, 10 games so far, Ali. This team, though, walking away with the Game 5 victory over the Subliners is the boost they needed if they're going to make that run and steal the spot from Røkkr heading into champs.
Absolutely. I can't believe I'm saying that Vegas Legion is 2-0 in control right now. Technically one of the best during the split of the Major 5 qualifiers. They went to a Game 5 versus OpTic Texas, weren't able to pull it out, but do pull out the W against New York Subliners, who also found some new life recently. So the strength of schedule has not seemed to put a dent in the Vegas Legion run whatsoever, and that is terrifying if you're on the side of Atlanta FaZe, because again, looking at stats overall, Las Vegas and Atlanta, number 7th and number 8th in hardpoint overall, top 2 search and destroy teams, and now Vegas is winning controls. There's a lot of opportunity for them in this series.
We talked to Clayster after the matchup against New York in our Monster Winner Spotlight. Here's what he had to say about the future competition.
The conversations, I mean, obviously weren't good. We got absolutely speed ran by New York and then choked a 5-2 lead, Game 5 with a streak against Florida, and that's just like one of the most heartbreaking ways to lose. We know how important it all is, but we also understand that we still have a stage left. Like we're not in last place, we're not in 11th place, we're not in 10th place. Like we're on the cusp. Like we're 3 matches worth of points behind. We just got to understand that. Like everyone's talking about, oh, your strength of schedule is so bad. Like it doesn't matter who we play. We've always played the top teams really tight this year, so I think it's actually better for us that we play better teams this stage because we play up and down to our competition consistently. So better practice for us, better reps for us, and hopefully we can keep these points going.
Clayster feeling like they play up to the competition. They'll need to do that at 6 o'clock. Before that battle, though, we got our Monster Energy matchup. That's going down with the Mutineers taking on the Breach at 4:30, and it all begins when we come back. LA Guerrillas face off against Royal Ravens. London looking for another dub. Can they get it? We'll find out after this.
Duty League Pick'em is back. Bottom the bend, a few more points, and then we'll be in. Pick the winning team. Pick the final score. Now with 2 new features. Fan Insights are here to give you real-time intel. Feeling good about a pick? We now have double boost points and point matches. Bonus picks, extra points to rank you up on the leaderboard. So as you get hyped for the weekend, pick, watch, win. Woo, it's getting good.
always watching for the opposition. Out there crushing any competition. Long range, yeah, I got the vision. When I'm in the trenches, anyone can get me. I'm with the team when they need me. Or out on a dodo mission. Nigga rocky riding on this road of riches. If I catch you slipping, then it's over finished. War, ready, crew, coming through heavy. Aim steady, lights out, it's the gorillas. Not any winner, one out of many. Five talents, empty, lights out, it's the gorillas.
Week 2 is officially live as we're about to jump into our first matchup. It is LA Guerrillas taking on London Royal Ravens, number 11 versus number 12. Neither with a real shot at champs, but you're playing for pride. And of course, the scouting reports going into 2024. Let's talk about this team though. They brought in the squad after the first matchup in Raleigh. They felt like the original starting lineup was not going to be strong enough for the Guerrillas. Arcides, he was meant to be the pillar of this team. He is struggling right now, Allie.
And I mean, you can't just say him as well. It feels like the fire has just completely been put out when it comes to this team, and we see them in these series. There's maybe moments of greatness, but there isn't moments of winning. So when it comes to the Monster Energy pregame for LA Guerrillas, I mean, take advantage of London's soft search and destroy defense. London this season are number 12 in defense and the worst in retaking. And on the other side of that, show something new on Expo Control. This is the first time LAG will be playing it. It is going to be map 3 in this series, where London obviously are 0-3. We're talking about the bottom 2 control teams.
You got Assault and Alec. Please pull out the ARs and dominate.
Yeah, can these guys spawn in? They've lost 10 straight series. If they lose today, that'll make it 11, quick maths. But they have New York and Ultra next. I don't see them winning any of those, so they would tie the absolute worst losing streak in the history of the CDL. So, like, this is a very important match for LAG. That is bad company to be in. You do not want to be there.
Despite their losing streak, Thieves stays on my radar for players to watch. And the same is true for Asim from the London Royal Ravens. He has been the heart and soul of this lineup since the start of this season. Recently, though, it's been Nastie stepping up his game after switching roles. Yeah. And honestly, I feel like we may have a new X Factor for the Royal Ravens coming into today's match.
It's just been a roller coaster with the London Royal Ravens. Like, you think they're going to finally maybe pull one out, and then unfortunately they just get snuffed out in the end. I will say though, since Yuli's been added to this roster, I feel like it was a very underwhelming debut at first, but he has slowly built a reputable reputation when it comes to the London Royal Ravens.
Yeah, and if we want to talk about the Monster Energy pregame, lean on Nastie for the slang versus Minnesota last week. He had a 1.26 overall with 30+ kills in both respawns.
Like
At
that.
times, he can just take over. You know, since they made that role swap, individually, he's been a lot better. Play with confidence in this matchup. London is 2-0 versus LAG this year. So obviously, they've been here. They're experienced in it. Got to come and turn up against the young kids.
Jack, can we get weird? I need you to put every single channel point you have on one of these teams. Do you have LAG or do you have London? Because I feel like this one's a coin flip, Allie. Where do you see it going?
This is a stat pad series at this point. I feel like you're playing for a spot next year. I'm going with London Royal Ravens, personally.
Let's take a look here at the maps and modes. And Nameless, I want to hear, do you agree? Because I'll be honest, the stats are not pretty for either of these teams. We got Fortress Expo, and then 2 nights in the hotel.
Well, I mean, I look at London. They're 0-3 on Expo. They've tried it. It hasn't worked. LAG, at least for Arcides, he's the guy who's been underperforming, in my opinion, as of late. He's supposed to be taking over, and he's very good at Fortress hardpoint.
Oh, yeah.
Broke the kill record early in the season, and then versus Atlanta FaZe, he was absolutely balling despite the loss in the map. So I think they have opportunities here to go up 2-1 in the series, and I have faith that LAG do not break that losing streak, and they win here today versus London. It's a world champion on that team.
Well, we got 2 casters who like to go to a game 5, so let's just go ahead and bring them in right now. Lando, Study, I'm ready to put my feet up, gentlemen. The show is yours.
Thank you so much, Chris. We hope that we can provide you with a solid show. Jay, time is running out. We're in week 2 of our Major V Qualifiers, and that really feels like the theme of this series. Time is running out. If one of these teams, or rather who ends up losing this matchup, will not be at champs, that is on the line. Also, we're even thinking about the future season, 2024. We very well could not see these names moving into next season. Still, very much so, a lot to play for.
Yeah, but you said time is almost out of line. It's gone already. Time is gone.
It's right here.
Yeah, it's
right
done.
here, Jay.
The only thing that they have is if Minnesota lose every single match from here on out, because they are currently sitting at 8th spot with 160. You have London, who are at 60 points. You have LAG, who are at 70 points. The maximum you can get right now, if you go flawless throughout the stage, on one side it's 95, on the other side it's 105. So you just got to pray to the gods that Minnesota Røkkr do not see another W But for both of these teams, man, not really thinking about champs. It's all about performing at Major 5. That's going to be your last hurrah as a set roster for both of these organizations. And you just want to leave a good taste in people's mouths going into next year, man. You really did not have the best season so far, and it showed when you look at both of these guys standing throughout the entire season. It's just all about trying to make a name for yourself, trying to solidify a 48th, one of the 48 players going into next year.
Yeah, exactly. Like we said, there is still a lot to play for when it comes down to next season. Even just like I said, where your stock sits amongst the community, a lot is on the line when we talk about that as well. But into our first hard point, we'll start things off on Fortress. It is LAG. Really off the rip with some fiery plays coming in from Joe to see to the top side. He goes.
Okay.
Only 3-0 for him.
Okay, young man. Have yourself a moment early into this hard point, and you see what he's doing right now, just simply staying alive in this position. Unfortunately, the backup from Asim while he's reloading his weapon allows him to get that kill, but still the Guerrillas in control of P1. Good chunk of time. London, they're finally able to break their way back in, but the most important thing has to be that rotation over towards P2. And now with Joe Thieves in his position, he's going to be able to win that rotation for his team.
You can just tell, man, Joe Thieves coming out with some fire, especially the pace has absolutely been increased. He versus Yuli, longtime players when it comes down to the amateur scene trying to battle their way forward. Ends up taking him down. And so with that, LAG now are racking up the seconds. Joe Thieves, despite one a little unfortunate death, he has been really the beacon of hope so far for the Guerrillas. Time still going their way. However, here comes Ravens, current 3v2.
Yeah, Ravens are pitching from every single angle, but you might not want to decide to put the pressure towards the back end at this time remaining in the hill, because with 35 seconds left, if you're the Guerrillas, all you have to do is contest it from the front, because you know you're going to win that rotation over towards P3. So this might be a turning point in the game where London have to try to fight back slowly but surely, as Scrapz is able to find two. Final 20 should be theirs, but the Guerrillas are going to be thinking about that rotation. They're already at the next.
Yeah, this is a huge three-man wave right now from the Ravens. 3 strong as Yuli making sure the P1 is clear, trying to pretty much eliminate the forces, eliminate the reinforcements from the Guerrillas. That's really going to be step number 1. They've done that. Now step number 2 is getting these players out of the point. Unsuccessful in doing that. Squad spawns are there. LAG, plenty of control now.
And usually for both of these squads, the stats are horrible when it comes to hold percentage, when it comes to break percentage, even rotation percentage. The only one that has something positive on this map is the London Royal Ravens. They're actually second in rotation win percentage, but it hasn't shown so far, as the Guerrillas have been able to out-rotate them in the last couple of hills and now have this nice little 32-point lead. But all out pressure through the front. You allow your teammates to pitch from the back. London find the break with the final 30.
And that's a huge break. Timely one at that for the Ravens, Jay. I mean, this could be a very, very lopsided scoreline had Ravens not broken at that exact moment. However, they're able to do so. Nastie and the boys trying to get things going. He really feels like the player to watch as he gets quickly erased. Nice little drop shot coming in from Exceed, but plenty of players to look out for. But it feels like lately on Fortress, lately in respawns, Jay, for the Ravens, Nastie has been that guy.
Yeah, Nastie's simply that guy. Ever since he makes that role change, he's been getting a lot more comfortable with that AR in hand for the last couple of stages, and it's been showing a lot recently. But London, they do a great job getting themselves back into the game off the rotation. They're going to put a lot of pressure over towards stage. Yuli starts with the first kill. So now, only 3 players here from the Guerrillas. You have to try to clutch up in these gunfights.
Big ones indeed. Asim trying to lead the charge. Able to drop Assault for the first. And there are quickly kills being found pretty much everywhere. A timely 3 at that. Ravens once more for the break. And like we said, man, it's been breaks, but it's been breaks with plenty of time left. LAG early, Ravens late as Yuli tries to erupt toward the back. He eventually falls. Guerrillas not giving this one up.
Yeah, Guerrillas aren't giving this one up, and that's 3 dead. Last player on the top is going to be Nastie. He's doing it with the SMG in his hand. His teammates do get a couple close spawns towards top stage. So potentially a tie game going in towards the P5 hard point. And the Guerrillas, they're spawning on the back foot. You got 2 players spawning over towards P1, a couple players towards back P3. Should allow the Ravens to get fully set up, as Asim is going to potentially hit this flank. He decides not to. He knows that his teammates are going to spawn there. All of the Guerrillas are going to try to break from the front.
See if that strategy can work out for them. I was going to say Assault and Joe Thieves trying to make their way up, and the bottom and top cannon trying to get some solid team shots inbound. However, not going to happen. Ravens now with the lead in their favor. Nobody actually happens to be inside of the hard point. Why? Because, well, LAG are doing everything that they want. Exceed. Another timely drop shot. This time it is going to be onto Asim. He has handed a few interesting gunfights over to the Ravens so far, but Very neck and neck game so far, Jay. What we wanted to see between both of these teams nice and early.
Yeah, I'm expecting this series to go game 5. Like, that's just what it is. We got the 11 seed going up against the 12 seed. They're playing some maps that neither team is superstar on. But so far to this map, number 1, the Guerrillas at the end of the P5 hardpoint find themselves up by 20 points. But the Ravens so far are setting themselves up properly for that P-Bummer with 3 going down. Spawns are now going to flip. LAG are in control.
Yeah, they very much so are. However, every kill that Nastie ends up finding mitigates what really the Guerrillas are attempting to do. And what turned from a wonderful position here for LAG now is completely flipped on its head.
Yeah, that's not what you want to happen right there in that situation. At least RCD is able to find a couple kills. You still have a couple players roaming around through Art. You know that London have to slow down their game because they do not want to flip these spawns in this moment. Such a crucial moment that could turn the game on its head as the Guerrillas still are soaking a lot of this P1 time. Even though they're getting the bad spawns, London are thinking a step ahead. They need to be able to chain that P2 to the P3.
Talk about what this hardpoint means really for both of these rosters. Ravens struggling in HP lately. That has pretty much been their game mode so far throughout the season. Not a ton of success on any of them, but hardpoint has really been their beacon of success. And then on the opposite side, man, LAG, 10-game losing spree. You want to get off to a hot start in a series like this one. In fact, let's actually test out and see how the comms are sounding with the boys who are trying to end the streak. A check-in with the Guerrillas.
Go back, dead 18, I'm waiting front. Low P4. Back 18, 18 dead. One more low P4. I think P5. He's waiting back, low Joe. I spawn P5, go, spawn P1. I don't know where he is. Bench corner. He's really weak. Too close fast. Got up. One shot. Goes weak as fuck. You're gonna help him, Malik. One top P4. I need it open. Okay, go, windows. I have windows. I think Art. I'm on, yeah, open corner weak. I'm on top windows. Open corner. Gate back up. Close and open. Circle. One shot. Close, dead. Open, Nastie. Open, dead. I'm gonna go top map. I'm blocking charge here, I'm trying to get map shock. I don't see him. One's P1. I'm one shot. P1 weak. I'm wrapping frame, man. I need him, watch out. Kenny. He's dead. Dude, I hit him too. Bridget. P1 dead. He's dead, nice shot. Hit some together. Those guys both spawned out, by the way. I'm gonna go top maps. Let's go front. I'm on top maps.
I gotta say, Jay, I like what I'm hearing. I mean, at least based off of just the emotion, the hype, the vigor that these boys are experiencing as they just break in really toward the fountain side. This does not sound like a team that's on a 10-game losing spree.
It definitely does not. The only thing that threw me off a little bit is how much everyone is actually calming. It's the reassurance. You're saying the same calm twice, so it's back-to-back 2 people P1. Definitely still P1. And it was clogging a little bit in the comms, but these guys are not worried about it. They have been able to break into the P3, get a good chunk of time off of that P2, and blow this game now wide open. Currently up by almost 70 points. London find a couple kills. They're able to get the final 20, but the Guerrillas did exactly what they needed to do to basically call game.
Yeah, you're seeing a great performance across the board statistically as well. I know Exceed in the process ends up earning that cruise missile. You got Arsteeds who's pretty much at even right now. Joe Thieves, who really off the start of this game, Jay, made some massive swings, breaking hills early. Like, you can definitely tell for the Guerrillas, it feels like it's been a team effort so far for the roster. A lot of eyes, especially on the captain of the Guerrillas and Alec. Obviously had a rough season up to this point, trying to turn things around. He has been the difference maker on Fortress HP, but as we said, a team effort is what could be the final defining hardpoints of the game. LAG currently with control of cannons.
Yeah, but it's an all-out scrap into Art. Couple players from London trying to find an opening, trying to find the timing. And when they can attack Jose's towards top rails, he's just been cutting them down all map long. Finally, Asim was able to take down 2, takes a little bit of map control in towards Art, keep the Guerrillas off of the point. But all you have to do is just keep on trading. Only 45 seconds to Guerrillas take map 1.
Yeah, the Ravens just continue to get wiped away. You got Nastie and Asim, the closest players here. Can they make a dent? Can it make something happen? Assault goes low. Give him 6 in a row as he also is going to have a cruise missile. Plenty of artillery to work with. Now, if you are LAG, and this is a great hard point where you can use it out in the open. We'll see if Assault and or Exceed look to get nice and dicey as they are within 25 and calling map 1 theirs.
Yeah, and Arcedy's off the rotation. He sat himself into stable corner. He was able to catch 2 players from London and would look like to be a free London rotation. Arcedy simply shuts it down, and now he's soaking up the time. That's another 3 end in the feed. Spawns do flip, but if you're in the Guerrillas, who cares? Only 11 seconds until you take map 1.
That's exactly right. It's like, you know what, Spawns, who really cares? For the Guerrillas, you're thinking, hey, we've got some streaks. We've only got 10 seconds left. Let's not throw this away. We can definitely do it on our time, on our dime. As the cruise missile comes in, only information. Ravens hanging on by a thread.
It's just a matter of moments until the Guerrillas are able to close this one out. 3 go down in the feed, though, for the Ravens. It's able to keep them trapped towards the back of that P3 hard point. Currently down by almost 100. Got to chain it over towards P1. Exceed is going to invest that cruise missile, use it to gain the information for his teammates. But when they want to apply the pressure, Jodeci's find the first, Assault finds the second. This might be the moment.
Yeah, this should be their opening right here. LAG trying to use that streak timely. They know that someone's going to be in the point. Arsty's trying to deal with a lot. However, his teammates continue to fall. But all it takes is 11 more seconds. Brought down low. Trophy out. It's Exceed covering the way for Alec. Just hop in the hard point, buddy. Hop in the hard point, my captain. 5 seconds to go. Can LAG lock it up here, or will Ravens have one more answer? That is it. Game 1 in the books.
LAG just came on and did exactly what they needed to do. You win a couple of key rotations versus a team who loves that rotation fight on Fortress. But when you're controlling some of the money hills, controlling the map the way that you were, chaining the P2 to the P3, that's the scoreline that you're going to see at the very end of the game. The Guerrillas so far in the season have been statistically one of the worst teams at Fortress. But when you allow the SMGs to start off hot, your ARs to set up in these power positions, to early rotate, tuck themselves into corners, that's the scoreline you're going to be able to see at the very end as the Guerrillas come out 250 to 152. Dominate off the rotations and dominate in map number 1.
Yeah, I know we could point out a lot of players, Jay, for LAG. Obviously, we talked about it. We highlighted Exceed. We highlighted RCs. Those guys obviously, you know, ended up making some major waves at certain points throughout the game. But Thieves, man, start to finish, 35 and 21, nearly 4K damage for the later stages of the game. Also got some hill time, nearly a minute in that. I mean, I know he has that unfortunate death like Top Cannons off the rip where I think it was Asim who ends up turning on him. But other than that, he was a rock star here in game 1.
Oh yeah, without question, man. And if this is the young rookie that's trying to cement his name going into the next season, he's been stepping up ever since he's gotten a lot more comfortable alongside his teammates. But when he's just in that zone, in that flow state, like people like to say, it's very hard to shut this guy down. He was hip firing alongside Exceed, who was picking up 2-piece when it was needed to. But his team was just in control from start to finish. And when you're the team that's controlling the spawns, forcing the players to run at you while you're holding the pre-aims, holding down these head glitches, that's where you're going to see a little bit of stat padding as the Guerrillas are just in control from start to finish. Now you just got to take that into the search and destroy, man, because you can just tell momentum is heavily on their side.
Yeah, it's got to be. I mean, like we said, whether it was the early plays from Thieves, you just feel like the Ravens were like constantly in like the back mirror. Like they just really couldn't get a whole lot going. Obviously, we see the scoreline there. 250 to 152 is how it locks up. But it just felt like LAG were always getting the first bit of time. Like anytime the Ravens were getting seconds, Jay, it just felt like it was them getting a heroic break where they got the final 20, final 30 seconds. That'll work from time to time, but as the game goes on, you have to adapt. You have to be the team that ends up out-rotating, getting those solid setups. Just felt like they were never really able to put anything together. So 100-point lead and win here for LAG as they answer early, a much-needed opening HP win for them. And now for the Ravens heading into this search and destroy. It is going to be 5 straight hardpoint losses, hoping to end that spree if we can get to a hotel hardpoint, which is going to be their focus. But we got to stay over at Fortress Search and Destroy for game 2. What can you tell us about this map and Moj for both of these teams? How has it been looking throughout the season?
It's basically a mirror for both of these squads. 4 and 3 on one side for London, 3 and 4 for LAG. The biggest thing that stands out on the side of London is that they're horrible at finding first bloods. On a map like Fortress where the chaos can instantly be bestowed upon you, when you're instantly into those gunfights, you can't be the team that drops early. But at least the good thing for them is that they're going up against the Guerrillas, the team that allows the most bomb plants on Fortress S&D. So if you are London, just get that bomb down, stay in a 4v4, and just simply put yourself in the best setup possible. That's your way to, that's your key to success in this map.
And it's interesting too, because like you said, London are always a team that's like, going to allow for that plant to happen. At the start of the year, like whenever the Academy roster ended up forming, I think it was LAG who ended up like playing the bomb down like every single time.
Every time.
I think also, like, when we look at the stats, you know, kind of go over everything, I think they're also like one of the best teams at like post plan, or rather just getting the bomb down effectively. So look, for LAG, that's got to make you very excited. I'm sure the coaching staff, analysts as well, are going to make that one a big point. Get the bomb down. You boys love to do it. Ravens are oftentimes going to allow for you to do it. We'll see if that could be a difference maker here in Fortress. But in need of an answer are the Ravens. Cannot afford to go down 0-2. And Jay, I know lately for the Ravens, they've been losing quite a few series in a 3-0. I think it's what, back-to-back losses in 3-0 fashion, both versus Minnesota. You had their last series at the Røkkr home series, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, that one was tough. I remember in that series, we saw Bance hit him with a 3-piece nade on a Mercado S&D. Nothing has been going right for the Ravens, except for this matchup versus the Guerrillas. 2-0 versus them on the season.
That's true.
And it usually comes by winning those hard points. They fall short in that map number 1. This is where they have to respond into this search and destroy. One thing that like really stood out to me though, that London have to be prepared for, is the pressure that the Guerrillas love to apply towards B. There's only 3 teams throughout the entire CDL who plant that bomb over towards B over 10% of the time. The Guerrillas being one of them. So if you are the Ravens, you gotta be ready for that aggressive B push.
There you see the streak. 10 series in a row. The Guerrillas have lost, starting things off with a nice 1-0. And boy, would it do so much to the mental of all 4 of these players, to the staff as well, to see a W pop up today. But all of it starts here on Fortress Search Destroy, trying to go up 2-0. So far, Jay, no one dead in Assault. He's enjoying a nice little ride on the horsey.
Yeah. No trophies to work with, so you know teams are not going to be that aggressive, trying to time these teammates to get some information off the players playing over towards A. But once LAG invests in those tacks, they know that they can't apply the pressure through the front. They try to go through the back. Scrapz finds one. The trade is there. 3v3, but bomb is getting planted.
Good awareness there. Scrapz ends up getting all the info, knowing that everybody's toward the bottom side. So let's plant down that bomb. Sit stationary. Show to Thieves. How about the beams? Taking the head clean off there of Nastie. Asim also going for a jaunt, ends up falling, and now it is all down to the rookie. Yuli left to defend a site. Gets some free bullets there onto the first. A tad aggressive, ends up falling. LAG do what they need, catch some stragglers, and a lovely little ace coming in from Joe to Thieves. I thought he actually got some assistance on a few, but no, he gets every kill.
Oh man, that guy's fired. He said, Fortress back-to-back maps, this is my playground. So he dominates the map number 1 and finds an ace in round number 1 into the S&D. Guerrillas, I love their setup right there. You use your teammates to get the information just in case they try to go for an aggressive bomb plant. And then when you don't commit just 1 player on the flank or 2 players, you send every player. So when you find Scrap in that situation, the trade is going to be there. You know that the rest of the players from London are no longer in art, so Joe Thieves has the free roams to roam around, and he's able to find all 4 kills. So Guerrillas take round 1, all on the back of Mr. Thieves.
See if he can continue to put up some incredible numbers as we are instantly into the 3v3. Arsenies, Yuli both out of the play, but Guerrillas right now full control over the site. Scrapz the nearest player, trying to cause a bit of a stir. Asim also trying to make his way through cannons, as now it is all on to the retake.
Scrapz going to invest that dead silence. His teammates are pushing in towards Art. Asim does not have any deady though, as Exceed is able to take down Nastie 3v2 with players from every single angle. The Guerrillas have this covered. This is a lockup.
Another 1v3. Last time it was the Rook and Yuli. Now it is the veteran in Asim. 20 seconds to go. Obviously knows where one player is, but surely not enough time. It would be one of the crazier plays this season. Asim in the final moments ends up getting taken down. 2 clean rounds here from the Guerrillas.
Yeah, Guerrillas right there with the perfect game plan in this early attacking round. You show presence over towards A, you trade back and forth the first blood, but once you get that bomb down, you know that the players from the Ravens, the only opportunity they have to retake is pushing their way into Art. Once Exceed is able to win his one-on-one, no hesitation on the flank, jumps out through single arch, puts himself through open, and then at that point, there's only 1 player left, and he's in Art, and every single player from LAG has their line of sight on towards the bomb. That was just a perfect, aggressive play right there from the Guerrillas.
About the start? Okay, well, not from the Ravens. Elite teammate onto Nastie. I was going to point out that it was round 1, ace for Joe Thieves, and round 2, ace for Exceed. So the rookie's definitely having a wonderful moment, but for the Guerrillas, Yuli can have to turn that around. But we'll see what he can do. Taking out a teammate off the rip is never what you want to see, but maybe if he can find an ace, all things would be solid. All things would be good. But in round 3 we go. Much needed one from the Ravens. We'll see if they can find a very crucial second kill.
Oh, but unfortunately, Asim does not check the deep corner. Archie is able to take him down. I don't know if he gains the information of the bomb being down. But now you know where Scrapz is, and now with Yuli picking up that kill, you know where the other player is as well. 2v2. Archie's in a great position to find this one.
Oh, come here, Scrapz. Come here. Takes him down. Yuli instantly with dead silence. Knows that Archie's is at P1. He's going to hopefully be ready for multiple players to be here. He's also got Exceed in his sights. There's one. There is two. Yuli, as we said, a team kill off the rip, but makes good on it. A 1v2, as it is a rookie showcase so far here on Fortress S&D.
So does that technically count as an ace? Is that 3 aces in a row?
It might be.
Gotta take a look back at this nade. Unfortunately, it knocks off the building, hits Nastie right in the forehead. But Yuli makes up for it by finding 5 kills on a round, including his teammate. What a round right there to the Ravens, more specifically Yuli, on taking over to finally get one on the board.
Okay, well, who's up next? The rookies
Who got it?
Coming out to play. What do we think, Jay? Who's going to come up with the ace this time? Give me somebody.
I think it's Assault. Let's go, Assault. Adam, you got this.
Let's see what you got, Mr. Garcia. Oh, Scrapz, bringing it to big boy off the rip. Spots a shoulder. Be a calf and elbow of Arcides. Still yet to take him down. Joe Thieves on the bomb.
Suck him.
Scrapz just, I mean, it's just a hit him. I thought for a moment it wasn't going to land. Scrapz falls. Quickly, we jump into the trade. It is the Ravens on top of the kill department, 3v2. And the bomb still left to defuse.
And look at Archie's, though. He knows that he has dead silence. The pressure's going to be coming through the back end. You invested to get pushed on forward. Because now they basically flipped the map. You're forcing all of the Ravens to waste a lot of time trying to locate where these players are. And the Guerrillas have stepped themselves up to try to clutch this round with only 15 seconds left.
Exceed in such an annoying corner. Is going to know when anybody jumps onto that site, gets the info, gives it over to Arcides. Alec is there to nail him down, make it 2. The perfect setup from Exceed. 2 assists. Does he decide to go for the kill? You bet. Not going to happen. It is the Ravens who get the explosion, who get the kill, but not the round. LAG 3-1 now.
Yeah, that's just a 3v2 situation where London have to play a lot faster. You can't waste a lot of that time roaming around in through art, checking out back 18. You have to at least put yourself on the bomb so you can play for the information from the site. When you're trying to find these guys, you saw Exceed. He was sitting in towards closed arch. Arcides already gains all the information that they're coming from the backside because he pushes out through open. By the time they get to the bomb, it's only 12 seconds left. A double chow comes in, and the Guerrillas are able to take him off of that site. So it's a perfect mid-round adjustment right there from the Guerrillas to take control back in this S&D. Now up 3-1.
Would you say it's comms, Jay, from the Ravens that potentially allow for the play to be so slow?
I would agree. I would think so, because in that situation, you're always trying to locate where it is. Remember, Arcides just got a kill towards the back of the 18-wheeler, so they're probably thinking with him in an AR, he's probably still playing the back of the base. But once he repositions towards open arch, that's the play that they were not ready for, and that eventually will have led to the clutch.
Yeah, it just makes you wonder sometimes, right, when you see slow plays like that, if comms are maybe the primary culprit. Very well could have been a situation like that, but solid start here to this round number 5. Ravens with man advantage and with bomb down. LAG are going to have to pull off something crazy if they want to make this one close.
Saul starts it off, though. He's able to take down the first and scrap. Now, both applying pressure through top rails. Yuli throwing shoulders. Yuli throwing tacks. Not able to take down Joe Thieves. So 2v2 with only 14 seconds left. Still a clutchable round.
That's going to say that's the biggest point of emphasis right now is the time that remains. Joe Thieves versus Asim. And right now, if you're Asim, you can just play the time. Guns the Rook. Gets the momentum. London right back in it.
Yeah, you find the first blood. You get the bomb down. You hold strong. You trade efficiently on the flank. You waste out a lot of that time for him not even to have the opportunity to stick the defuse. As London with the aggressive strat on the attacking round. You plan it. You hold your setup. You're able to close out. Now down 3-2. Guerrillas just got to continue to do what you do. Don't be discouraged because they were able to shut down your 2 defensive, aggressive push. Continue to play like that. But Asim already on the 3-speed. He's starting to heat up. That's the cat's curse.
I was going to say that moment. It's like, all right, Asim. Maybe not. Wonderful coordination coming in from the young players of LAG. Joe Thieves with the info. Same thing for Exceed. And
oh my!
Eat that nade. A grenade to the face. Because right now for Guerrillas, positive is that, well, you have lost 2 players. You at least have full control over the bomb. Problem being is that you just never know when a Ravens player is going to strike. They tags things up. Assault puts in some solid damage. However, he and his teammate will fall. London, back-to-back rounds.
And that's where the communication right there for London was on point. They were all sitting out through closed arch, through open arch. Everyone was watching each other's back. But once they get that nade over the top, it was definitely like, we get a hit marker. We're both going to go for the double chow. And eventually, at least, the right trade. He catch Ghosty trying to flank through the middle of the map. As London picked them apart again on the back of the first blood to tie it up at 3.
We talk so often about first bloods being a crucial factor. Both these teams not great in that category. Then you look at, 2 of the best search destroy teams in the game, FaZe and Vegas, 2 of our best teams at getting the first blood. So often it puts you in a great situation. Based off the records, you can see where both teams maybe need to start to improve on. Ravens, another timely first blood and a second one on top of it, quickly putting this LAG defense on pause.
And now it's all up to the air on the side of the Guerrillas. Varsity's position is now going to be known. He puts down a couple shots, not able to finish the kill. So in the 4v2, we have the man advantage. Let's just cross over towards stage. Let's get the bomb down and play the trades. That's exactly what it's going to be. As the retake is potentially going to try to happen.
And well, Arcees, you got to do it all yourself, buddy. All on to you. London, critical work. Wipe away the first 2, and from there, if you're LAG, you're trying to retake. You got 2 of your ARs remaining. Assault's trying to work for some information, and then it is instantly all on to Alec, 1v4. Clinical work from London, Jay. They are starting to wake up. As we said in the opening hardpoint on Fortress, it just never felt like they were in control, maybe a little slow out of the gates. And while it was LAG who were up early, it is now London with 3 rounds in a row. Guerrillas trying to stop what is obviously a lot of momentum currently on the other side of the screen.
Yeah, London is starting to heat up. Starting to read the plays the Guerrillas like to see. As Nastie's able to find another first blood onto Assault. Already a man advantage for London. Just got to play your trades in this scenario. Force them to get that bomb down.
Currently, you're hearing a lot of steps go down. Arcees ends up falling. Exceed, it is all on to him. He has yet to find a kill outside of the ace round. And round number 2, able to put one up on the board. 2 more to go. Great nade! Whoa! Exceed ends up finding 2 and somehow has escaped with his life. A 1v3 on the cards. Can Nastie deliver the goods for London? Or can Exceed come away with an unbelievable clutch?
And the only thing that hurts him right now is the fact that he has a trophy system in his back pocket, but he puts himself in a position and cannot win the gunfight. As Nastie turns that corner with Daddy popped with the SMG in hand and is able to avoid being on the top 5 clips of the week. Nastie wins the 1-on-1. London now at game point.
It was Nastie, Jay. The last time that these teams played, it went down to a game 5, round 11. Nastie was left in a clutch 1v1 that he had to win. Ends up doing that for the squad. He has been the man with the most ice, it seems like, throughout these teams matching up so far throughout this season, and has it right there. Now on 5 in a row. London winning their last 4 rounds in a row. Can they close out the Guerrillas here? As information is found, Ravens with full control over at that A site. However, LAG ready for any moment that may come about. Scrapz with some cheeky views toward the middle side of the cross. We'll see if Ravens elect to try to go for a B rotation or if this is just strictly for info.
Yeah, Scrapz is getting a lot of information right now for his teammates as a rotation for the bomb is going to be heading over towards B. You set up Scrapz to jump towards the top balk. He finds another first 2 on the round. 4v2, all left up to Assault and Ghosty.
Oh, LAG caught sleeping, caught napping, and Ravens fire away 5 rounds in a row. Scrapz, Asim, Yuli, and maybe Nastie, we'll see. All getting up on their feet, hype after a W like that as they desperately needed it. There was some crazy plays off the rip, Jay. Quite a few aces from Ghosty, from Exceed. Yuli had some impeccable plays as well. But that is just great work, great teamwork from the Ravens, adapting throughout Fortress. And as we said, catch LAG lacking in that final round.
Yeah, and look at the first blood column. Like, London are usually dead last at finding first bloods on Fortress S&D. They find 8 in this map to close out the map 6-3. It was just those mid-round adjustments, like you said, Lando. On their attacking rounds, when the Guerrillas were able to walk away with a couple of their defenses, that was with the aggression that they were able to set on towards R. We saw aBeZy get an ace. We saw Joe Thieves get an ace. But then, when you got later into the game and those mid-round adjustments had to come in, London just simply slowed it down. You saw that when the Guerrillas like to be on defense, they like to apply the pressure off the street, they like to jump up in towards the top windows. Every single time they did that in the middle of the game, London shut it down. And they shut it down so many times that in the final round, they knew that the pressure wasn't going to be towards front windows. They allowed Scrapz to slowly push his way up through the truck. He gets all the info that they're playing super back. We can cross over to B. And at that point, it was just too late for the Guerrillas to make any adjustments because London was just simply a step ahead. Great search to destroy to tie the series up at 1. And now we got an Expo control where I don't know who the hell's going to win it. It should be a fun one.
I was getting ready to ask you. I was like, who do you favor? A team that's played it 3 times, lost it all 3 times, or the team that has yet to play it? LAG London, who do you think has the edge, Jay, if you had to pick one?
I think the donut team, right? The team that's yet to play it. We got to be surprised by them, so we'll see.
We'll see indeed. We'll see LAG's first opportunity at an Expo control. Can London finally take one after winning 5 rounds in a row at SD? Can they carry that momentum forward into the swing mode? We will have to find out. It is number 11 versus number 12. Somebody's going to catch a dub, and one team gets officially eliminated from champs today. Stay tuned as the series has only just begun.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. And upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the CDL.
Hi friends, and welcome back. We're taking a look at a Scuff play of the game from Fortress Search and Destroy. It is round 3, and aBeZy walking away with the crazy ace. In fact, one of which was on his teammate.
Yeah, he walked away with 5 kills on a round. You usually do not see that happen, but he made up for taking his teammate down first, finds the first blood, and then works his way back towards backstage, and then clutches up into 1v2 to secure the round, keep the momentum on London's side. We had multiple aces, but none more felt than aBeZy's in that situation, as London were able to tie this series up by clutching up in the S&D. Now it's 1-1 in this series, anyone's ballgame.
Yeah, I don't know if we've ever seen like 3 aces back to back before in COD history. We need some of our incredible analysts out there to try to break that one down. But something we absolutely have to break down, buddy, is, well, the next game that we're about to have. We're headed toward Control, specifically here on Himmelmatt Expo. 1-6 for London in their last 7 controls, and for LAG, well, they've lost their last 5 controls. Somebody's going to be changing up the stats a little bit.
Yeah, someone's got to change up the stats, because if you're the Guerrillas, thank God you got rid of LSCLO control, because ever since Fortress Control has gotten eliminated from our maps, they have just been struggling in this mode, man. 1-7 in their last 8 controls. The only victory they have is on LSCLO versus Vegas Legion, who are one of the worst teams that we have in the mode. But now that they find themselves knowing that they're not good at LSCLO, teams are not going to allow them to play Hotel, you have to throw Expo into the mix. So this is going to be a battle, because London, they have quite a few reps on it. They're 0-3, but the biggest thing that they struggle with is the slaying. They find 3 early kills, and now the stack is already going to be at that 8 point.
I was going to say, already off the rip, we're talking about Ravens trying to be better in the slang, and they just instantly team-wipe Guerrillas off the start. Just impressive stuff, as you called it, my friend. Right into that A zone we go. 1 capture to their name. We know so far here on Expo, there has definitely been given a much better opportunity for our teams on attack. It's not necessarily been an offensive-sided map up to this point, but definitely get a better chance. Off the rip, in a situation like this, London, excellent job. aBeZy clearing the way for the team, getting ever so closer to the opening zone being done, and there you have it. Clean work from London off the rip, Jay.
That's a perfect start to the round. When you're playing Expo Control, if you can close out the A segment nice and early, extend time by a minute, and only need 1 push to try to break in towards the auditorium, this is exactly how you want to play it. As London doing it in this lane, they're doing it with the map control. Now you allow aBeZy just simply roam around the backside of the base. He finds another kill. This is the opportunity when London can already try to close this one out.
This is one of the cleaner rounds that we've seen. It feels like this is just going to come to an end very soon, unless somebody from LAG can have an answer, getting outslayed by basically 10 kills so far throughout this round. London with reinforcements, LAG, they can say the same. However, we're almost already there. 1 more zone to go. Can Assault, can Arces, can anybody have a last stab at it? A few opportunities. It's contestants for the moment. It's up to Exceed. It's up to Scrapz. There we go. London, a quick round 1.
You can just tell London have definitely played this map before. They said we have struggled in the majority of scenarios, majority of categories on this map. But this time we're not going to struggle in the sling as they dominate in the round number 1. You see Asim giving the game plan out, letting them know what we got to do. Just simply, we don't give up A. Like, that's what you need to do on defense. Just don't give up A right off the rip. You can chalk B, because it's a lot more difficult to break a 2-minute setup over towards A side. But the way that the map is now being played out, block the spawns towards the top left, you force them all the way across the map. If you're London, just don't give up that 8 point. You see all of the Guerrillas already attacking over towards B and trying to extend this time.
All right, it just kind of feels like a bit of a mirror effect from round 1 to round 2. London, it just felt like they always had a play brewing from the very start of the round to the end. There was always somebody working on that objective. We'll see if LAG can do the same. So far to kick this one off. 2 ticks to their name, 1 more to go. And yeah, there is not going to be much presence felt. Asim, only player at ear's distance. Thieves absolutely has hurt him. But with that, Guerrillas, plenty of time on the clock, and we will now put Expo to the test. And London lock this one down for 2 minutes.
Yeah, it has to be a 2-minute hold over towards A. You have Yulie and Scrapz already in a great position, blocking those spawns for the Guerrillas, forcing them to overextend through globe side. Your Guerrillas, though, it's all about finding one opportunity, one moment where you can chain a couple kills together. Assault, please puts himself in a great position, but he might have just set up Joe to seed, but he cannot win the gunfight. Nastie with a massive 2-piece to maintain that map control for London.
And it's also a big life, right, for Assault to also remain alive. I mean, as he ends up dropping, I was going to say, really, for the attacking team lately, it just feels like you absolutely need to have some presence around the glass, right? You're relying on your teammates to come off the spawn. You almost need to consistently have like a pinch, pretty much, that you can establish at all times on the attacking side. And really, London did a great job so far of handling business. They were outslid completely over on the top side of the map at stage. So far here at A, towards the diner, glass, everything. They've made this part of the map theirs. Great work once more from Asim. Jay, he is already 13-6.
But this might be scary, though, because the Asim puts the pressure towards Globe, so Guerrillas going to get a couple of close spawns. Scrapz is not going to be ready for the push. The Guerrillas are able to find 2. So the last 2 players up, Asim working his way on the flank. Yulie just has to play his life in towards the restaurant because there's already 1 segment done. The Guerrillas just need to find a couple kills and stack the point.
I was going to say, London absolutely can be punished for their aggression. As you said, Asim is working on this flank. It could all be fine if he's able to come away with another. However, he falls. LAG currently with numbers at least for
big
the
win.
moment. Big wins coming in from Yulie. Making some massive gunfights go his way. Scuff play of the game in game 2 and help seal the deal on another massive defensive hold. Has to eat an nade, but the job has been done. 35 seconds now left here for the Guerrillas.
Yeah, this is going to be basically the last push coming in from the Guerrillas. Had to try to fight for your street control. Had to try to push out towards Saunas. There's layers of London players that you have to try to get on by. Asim is just playing like a rat. He finds 2. Tries to line up the third, but he cannot. RC's actually is able to find 2. He can find a third. That could be a moment, but Yulie's there for the trade with only 15 seconds left. This is looking like a London lockup on the defense.
Yeah, it looks great. Looks solid so far here from the Ravens. Asim just trying to cut away a final few members. Can he reach 20 kills after the first 2 rounds? May have cast or cursed him. That's 2. Can Yulie, as it's all really going to fall on to him and to Nastie, can they make the final play here? They need the rookie to go massive. At least sets up Nastie to find 1. Scrapz on the other. Asim out of the play. LAG still alive. Yulie at 1 HP. They clear the board. London allow for 1 more segment to go the opposite direction, but they are still very much so in the driver's seat. Clinical work all game long, and when it got dicey, they come out on top again.
And that's something for all my ranked play teammates out there. When you're the last player up, pushed up towards the restaurant side, you saw how Yulie, he was trying to play for that gunfight, but he knows that him playing his life is a lot more impactful than him dropping in that scenario. He allows his teammates to come off spawn, contest from the front, and then his opportunity presents itself for him to win that one-on-one. It almost got scary towards the very end, but London are able to clutch up. Now, at 2-0, they're going to switch it up. Not going to go for that early A aggression because you know the Guerrillas going to be set up for it. They're just trying to extend this time, completing BR at all 3.
I don't know about you, Jim, but this just feels like a total turnaround from what we witnessed on the first 2 maps. Like, it felt like London was not able to handle the aggression on map 1 when they were able to slow things down on Fortress S&D. That's when they really saw a lot of success. But so far in this Expo Control, it has been green light after green light here from the SMGs. You can see Exceed struggling 6-16. One of the Vaznevs from LAG. Joe Deceives struggling mightily at 6-15. It just feels like the pace that was not at all in favor of Ravens off the start now has been really their primary success mode here in game number 3.
Yeah, they are setting the tone, man. They're applying the pressure. SMGs are winning some crucial one-on-ones. But with that being all 4 dead in the feed, you have Assault applying that pressure up through the stage. Exceed flanking through the back, and you don't want to be a little bit over aggressive here. You have to make sure at least someone is going to fill that gap to block that spawn, and it's RCD's going to do that. So right now, Roy Ravens in a headlock. They got to try to break out of their base.
Hey, on the start it was beautiful, and now from that point they are just trapped completely over here at the admin desk, doing what they can. But you see the spawns. Exceed shooting gallery. It's a shooting gallery right now from the Guerrillas. Finally, that nade is somewhat of a beacon of hope if you are the Ravens, but can they do anything with it is going to be the question. Problem being is that you have Arsenes on the bottom side of the map who is ready to beam you from that direction as well. a complete crossfire established. However, Arshani's falls, and now it all falls on to Exceed. Sort of cut off things again. Ravens have not seen that 50-yard line in a while, and it's going to be more time as well.
Oh, and that's another 3 dead. Nastie, the last player alive. All of his teammates spawning over towards Globe again. And Joe Deceives is ready to wreak them havoc, sitting in a nice little corner, trying to find the timing. He turned his game around drastically. He was 6-15. Now he's 10-16, earned himself that cruise missile. It's a complete turnaround so far from Joe Deceives, but the London Royal Ravens, they're able to get on the point for now. You have somewhat Sonic control. This might get out of hand. The Guerrillas only have 2 players up. You have to win these gunfights.
Oh, and Joe Deceives going to have to bring out the cruise missile. I don't know how London have lives left, but they still do. 9, make it 8 men strong, avoiding the cruise. They've got 3 players here. We'll see what they can do with it. They need to pause the time as quick as possible. Scrapz trying to lay down some cover fire over the top. Very much so on Overwatch, watching that pool, making sure that Joe Deceives cannot advance any further. Nastie with another massive one. Joe Deceives, assault, actually able to tag away at 3. It's now all on to Maddie.
Yeah, this is over. This is over. Scrapz is the only player alive. He thought that his teammates are going to be able to find that player on towards the point. But all of his teammates dropping. The Guerrillas should have set themselves up to walk away with this defensive round. Scrapz trying to be the last hero, the last playmaker. He does find 2, but eventually that time is not on their side. Guerrillas hold strong. They put them in the crucifix of a spawn trap towards back globe. And eventually that leads to them finally getting around on the board.
Yeah, you can come up with whatever like wrestling term you want, a full Nelson, whatever. They were absolutely in a headlock, as you said, in the backside of the spawn. Like, I was just confused that like the Ravens actually had some lives going into the ending stages. Like everybody from LAG, you could tell, were just letting out quite a bit of frustration. So many losses in a row. They finally had their opportunity to really make the Ravens pay. And as we said, it is their first time on Expo. It's been a problematic first 2 rounds, but in round 3, they finally struck their stuff. They didn't have to invest a cruise missile to close things out, but they very well could have another streak inbound soon if Assault can find 2 more.
And early on, Guerrillas are applying a lot of pressure over towards A. That's already 1 segment in. Asim does find the kill, but you know the positioning of Scrapz. You take this player down, the potential stack is going to be in, but that's 2 segments already done. If you're London, you cannot give this one up for free. Asim tries to go for the chow. Now it's Scrapz's turn, but that's going to be A, done and dusted. Are these guys like the same team in different rounds? Like, what is going on? 2 minutes and 13 seconds. The Guerrillas just need 1 opportunity to break it towards the auditorium.
Yeah, LAG just captured that in basically record time. Like, you can tell the timings were definitely off there from London. Like, they try to go for a last-second heave, and as they all jumped forward, the point had already been captured. Maybe a moment of miscommunication or just an odd play toward the stretch, but London able to put a few away in a row. And maybe they're trying to do the exact same thing that LAG did to them. Put them in a spawn trap and make them have to work for every single bit of map positioning. As Nastie now on 6, he's going to have a cruise. So we're talking about really utility arsenal for both squads. It is the red-headed fiend who's going to have something to work with throughout the remainder of the game.
He's taking over so far in this control. Guerrillas have somewhat auditorium control. There's 3 players in towards the point. Scrapz finds 1. The trade is going to be there, but right now, if you're the Guerrillas, you're taking this opportunity. You would try to do as much as you can before you get cut down. Asim does take down 2. So London look like they're going to be able to hold the first line of defense, but you're keeping the scrappy towards the point. Exactly what you want if you are Guerrillas.
A good job so far. It is just absolute chaos here over at stage, over at the auditorium. Finally, as the dust begins to settle, the Ravens get a bit of semblance. It feels like slow the game down. They are up when it comes down to lives, but LAG have been able to maximize their kills up to this point. 4 segments. It takes 6 to close out the game, and that is 2 picks that you absolutely need. With that being the case, it now puts pressure on players like Asim to try to go big. Last player alive! Getting taken down. Great work from Joe Deceives. Here comes Guerrillas. Back onto the point they go.
And that's already 2 segments in. There's a 3-stack going, so usually you have to get going. Unfortunately, the nade comes back and hits you in the lip. As the stack is still gonna be here, trays back and forth. They're actually able to take him down. Asim goes massive. It's a 1-on-1 in the point. Guerrillas able to clutch up. What the hell just happened?
Alec was the last player alive. I think he just goes for a dolphin dive. Made his way through the backstage, the employee exit, hops right in, gets the last small bit of progress, And the chaos in that moment, I think the Ravens felt like they had everybody found, or maybe they just could not figure out where Arshnies was in that team fight, but he just jumps in, gets the last bit of progress, and after what was a very solid first 2 rounds from London, has turned into 2 straight rounds from LAG, as now we have got a round 5. And strap in, everybody. Who knows how this is going to go, Jay? This has been wild control so far.
Well, I can tell you right now, if you're London, it's easy to go capture over towards B. We got to get A out of the way, though, because once LAG able to find a couple kills, they're going to put you in that spawn trap, which is very difficult to get out. They already find 3, and they might already put you in the crucifix. This is not the best opportunity for the Ravens. You have to break out of your spawn. At least Scrapz wins his one-on-one. He's able to stop that clock, slowly working up that progression over towards B.
You could tell from LAG, they were all guns ablaze, looking toward the spawn, and they're like, wait a second. There's somebody capturing an objective. There's somebody inside of our base. Scrapz absolutely goes unaware for a little while, so that is 1 segment off the board already. If you are the Ravens, you'll take that, especially at this stage of the game. As we said, yet to win an Expo control so far throughout the year, 0-3, and this would absolutely be the most painful one of the year if they were going to lose it after going up 2-0. But starting to establish a bit of control, some map positioning, as they're able to make their way into A. They've lost a few players in the process, but they are stopping that time.
Stop that time. The first segment is about to come in. You did lose Nastie over towards Sauna's side, so you can allow the Guerrillas to put that pressure on the left side of the map, find the break. They take down Yuli. They're able to hold strong over towards A. London is trying to find an opportunity to close out this A point, at least set up a couple kills to go in their favor. Nastie's going to invest that cruise missile, all the information overload. It's time for a team to attack. He does take down 1, but the cruise missile does not take down the player over towards Sauna's. 23 seconds left. Guerrillas have to just keep on holding on.
I feel like you're waiting for that streak to come in, do a bit of splash damage. It does not. Ravens beginning to strike out, but they still got another chance. Another opportunity into the B zone we go. Asim's lying in wait, but he gets picked apart. Asim is there to find him. However, it's Exceed on the flank. Doing some damage. Oh, it's a big one. They're on to Yuli. Time paused. 3.3. A second tick gained. Exceed trying to put in some work, and Asim's off the spawn. Nastie. Sole player inside of the point. He's got Scrapz watching his back. Can London hold on? It looks like they will. Another minute added as we continue to go back and forth.
And now it's all about the fight over towards Street. Yuli invests that dead silence. Potentially is going to have the timing onto Assault. Arshnies wins 1 onto Asim, but the most important gunfight is this one towards the back. Yuli knows that he has to take his time. All of his teammates are approaching that flank, but just finding an opening up to the street side is everything that you need to do to try to complete over towards A. Time is starting to tick, and so for the Guerrillas, they're finding all the right kills at the right time.
Oh, will Yuli try to go for a turn? You could tell for a moment the Ravens, they were trying to track down Arshnies. They were never able to find him. Nastie goes for a turn on 32 and 21, but these are the kills that matter. Scrapz puts down another. A few members from Ravens begin to flank their way through glass. Cole spawns now for LAG. Time beginning to come a factor as now Scrapz trying to stay up for the team. Asim puts through another. 10 seconds to go.
Just gotta get on the point. You gotta get on the point. You gotta win the gunfight. You do not. That's 3 dead in the feed. London only have 5 seconds. You have to stop the time.
Can they do it? Nastie, a last minute, a heroic opportunity, but it could be heartbreak, and it will be. Heartbreak here on Himmelmat as LAG answer back with 3 rounds in a row and hand London their 4th straight loss here on Expo. They had it, Jay. They could feel it. And instantly it is taken away. Guerrillas answer back here in another respawn.
They had opportunities, man. You're up 2-0. You clutch up on an attacking round. You go back on defense. You allowed the Guerrillas to get that momentum early on by completing A. And what they need is 1 break over towards B. Clean round from them. But then when you were on your attacking round, When you decided to go over towards that B point, it instantly gets shut down. Guerrillas get all the kills. They put you in that trap. You allowed them to earn some streaks, allowed them to change the game as it was going forward. And at that point, it was too late to respond, man. It was one segment that was the difference between attacking to defense in that final round. And with Arseny's belly flopping over towards the stage, he's able to complete it, secure defense for his team, allow his SMGs to roam around. But what a turnaround from aBeZy and Thieves. They did not have the best start to this game. They were sitting at like 6 and 15. But Thieves goes on a streak to earn himself the cruise. aBeZy gets massive two-piece after two-piece in those final moments to eventually close out this game for the Guerrillas. We told you it was going to be intense. We didn't know it was going to go to a round number 5, but somebody was going to get their first one on Expo, and it was the Guerrillas to take it to now go up 2-1 in the series.
Oh my God, man. That was, I don't even know how you summarize a map like that. Like, that was just utter chaos from start to finish. London out of the gates. LAG put them in a spawn trap. They get some momentum. Then it is just wild plays in round 4, and especially here in round 5 goes down to the absolute wire as LAG full momentum now. And maybe, who knows, man, this could be a bet they start to add to the rotation. They definitely got plenty of reps when it came down to their first opportunity at it. 5 rounds, you'll take it at this point in the season. But now LAG find themselves up 2-1, trying to make it 3 for 3 in the respawns as Hotel will be our final resting place for this series, whether it ends in a game 4 or if it goes down to a game 5, which is the prediction that you made, Jay, coming into this series. You said that you feel like it had the chance to get to a game 5 based off of what you've seen so far with the map coming up next. Do you still feel like that is very much so on the cards?
Oh yeah, without question, man. Because for both of these teams, it's not really the best hard point. 2-5 on the side of London. They haven't played this map since February 24th. The last time they played it was versus Atlanta FaZe. So it's been quite some time that they were able to spawn in on the Hotel. And on the opposite side, for the Guerrillas, they have a 2-7 record, and they're basically dead last in every single statistic category. When you talk about hold percentage, they're 11th. Break percentage, they're 11th. Rotation, they are 12th. But if this series is going to tell us anything of how this map's going to go, we saw it in the map number 1 hard point. The Guerrillas were actually a step ahead in a couple of these rotations. So with them being dead last, you can throw that out the window. The practice has definitely been showing so far in this series. And if they can win rotations, just like they did on map number 1, they should have the opportunity to close it out in 4.
Yeah, we're talking about strategies. Obviously, like you said, what LAG did in that opening hard point. Who are players that you're looking out for? Who's going to end the streak of 10 games in a row from LAG? On the flip side, who from London can force the game 5?
Well, we saw what Thieves was able to do on map number 1, but that's Fortress. On a map like Hotel, I think the biggest guy that I'm looking at is the leader of this team. I'm looking at Arseny's, a guy who will put himself in a lot of these power positions, hold down these heck glitches, and just absolutely beam with the AR. So I'm looking at Arseny's to be that guy early off the rotation, winning those one-on-one gunfights, and just being the guy to change the game for his roster.
Oh, I gotta say, man, I love seeing a smile coming in from Arseny's. I know after the loss that they just recently suffered versus Florida, went down to a game 5 round 10. He tweeted out, hey, I have to find the fun in me again. It's been a rough season. I have to make the game feel fun. I'm sure after a W like that, after a round crazy game number 3 like that, it's got to make you feel pretty good. But you can see from the team, smiles are out from LAG. Like we said, a team that you would not be able to tell was on a 10-game losing spree. But I know we're talking about the Guerrillas, we're talking about Arseny's, but who do you feel like, Jay, from the Ravens could be the difference maker? One player.
I feel like Scrapz. It has to be Scrapz. Scrapz is a guy, whenever he plays against the Guerrillas in hard point, he usually has that takeover mode. A 1.24 in this head-to-head matchup. Didn't really have the best performance on maps 1 and 3, but he's a guy who could definitely respond on this map number 4 to try to go head-to-head versus Arseny's.
Yeah, we'll see it absolutely go down to many of our ARs that we'll be seeing put on display. Plenty of attacks when it comes down here to Hotel. We're talking about sprees. We're talking about streaks. London trying to end a 5-game losing spree here on the HPs. And as we said, Matty Marshall, the player to look out for here of the Ravens. That's player 7 for LAG. Purple team looking at player number 3. Into the games we go. LAG starting off with the early time. 9 uncontested points as both teams battle for the right side of the screen.
Yeah, we know how this P1 is going to be. It's always scrappy. It's always a fight for that next hard point. Those gunfights Going into that spawn towards the back of the stage. That's going to be the Guerrillas finding 3 though. And instantly applying the pressure is going to be Exceed. So he's able to flip those spawns. Close one does come in for Jodeci's. So it's a 2v3 across the map. And he's not slowing down. He finds another before he does get traded by Yuli. But now Yuli's the only player here from London. Guerrillas flawless off the rotation after a great P1 hardpoint.
We're starting to see, I mean, really, the Guerrillas that we felt like we could see. The SMGs, confident as you like, and really for the rest, it is setting up the teammates quite nicely. Arsenes and Assault, I was gonna say feet kicked up, but Assault's absolutely been having plenty of fun over at P1. That's 4 in a row for him. 5-1 from Exceed, 3-1 for Jodeci's, and the time continues to go their way. London, we gotta find a break soon.
Yeah, they're trying to set up the perfect break, but all the time that they just wasted, Guerrillas knew exactly where the pressure was coming in. At least one player from London stays alive, allows that spawn to come in through the back end so they can potentially set up a pinch. Trays go back and forth, but it's going to be London coming out on top with the final 20 seconds. But yeah, finally, thank God you're able to get some time on the clock. Now off the rotation, this is where you have the opportunity to chain it over towards Kitchen. If your teammates win a couple of those gunfights, you're going to be set up nice and early to make yourself a nice little pot roast.
Exactly right, my friend. They have plenty of fun inside of the kitchen as they will be here early, but they do lose a few chefs on the way. The sole man inside is going to be Asim. Pot in the pan is really all he's going to have. An LAG, after what looked like a horrible opportunity for a rotation victory, goes their way in about the first 10 seconds.
Yeah, and that just can't happen if you are London. You have multiple players in towards the kitchen. You're trying to push that towards the backside, not knowing where any players from the Guerrillas are. And when you apply that pressure, you lose all your one-on-ones. You leave Asim by himself, and the break is already instantly in. This is just like the P2 to P3 on map number 1. It's the P2 to P3 on Hotel this time around, as Guerrillas are not slowing down in the slaying. Already breached that 100-point mark. You're forcing London to hit that rotation nice and early.
I see why they were smiling, Jay. They apparently know something that we don't. Maybe they faced off against Ravens in a recent scrimmage because they are having a ball. Having a blast right now here on Hotel, up by over 100. As we are just heading into P4, this has got to change up. If you are the Ravens, you got to get your head on straight. Be prepared. Cannot afford to lose this game. Go out into game 4. As we said, champs' hopes on the line. A very slim hope at that, but still one nonetheless. Exceed. Oh my God, I don't know how he didn't clean up Asim there in that moment, but it's a bit of assistance. Into bar we go. It's chaos. LAG. Another break. They've got plenty of bodies here, Jay.
Yeah, they're applying the pressure through the front side. They know that all of London is swanning out towards back spa. Moving a couple key gunfights, we can trap them in towards the back and continuously grow this lead. There's only 25 seconds remaining over towards double dash. She does one player early off the rotation. It's going to be Yuli. A huge one-on-one between him and Arsenes, but it's still the Guerrillas walking away with this final couple of seconds. They're just trying to close this series out now.
Yeah, they absolutely are. Thank God for London that you've got a few players prepared over at the restaurant, because you really didn't do much over at bar at all. I mean, it just looked like numerous players were like getting tagged up, running out in the middle of fire. It looks like comms are not really there right now from London. We'll see if that can begin to change up. Daddy Marshall trying to set the tone for the rest of the squad. He's been known to do that here in the map and also on social media from time to time on a 3 spree as he rotates over to the restaurant with the rest of the squad mates. Down by less than 100, but LAG continue to toy away that much further. Very much so. Still alive, still thriving. Back and forth we go. London, they need the seconds, but now they are not getting them.
Yeah, they're not getting any time as Guerrillas applied the pressure through mid-arch. They were getting those close bars towards Sandy. They're able to come out on top in these trays. Joe deceives. You got to slow him down. Assault said, slow down, buddy. You're going too rogue right now. I got to take you down for now. But at least the Guerrillas are in full control of this hard point. They were able to flip those spawns going over towards the flat hill. You got a couple streaks to work with. The SMGs are both double positive. This is just getting nasty. And I'm not talking about London nasty. The scoreline is nasty. The Guerrillas are 90 seconds away from closing out this series.
Yeah, we're not talking about the plum bridge. We're talking about the gameplay on our screens. I mean, in that last hill, Jay, we had LAG get like 2 or 3 team kills in one team fight, and they still broke the hard point.
Yeah.
No idea how that is possible, but as we said for London, you need this time, and they are not even getting that. They have the rotation, and now LAG seem to have broken them again. A headbutt toward the top side of parking. Nastie finally hops inside of the objective, and the Slays finally go their way. 4 down, thank God.
Final 20 should definitely go in favor of the Ravens. There's no way in hell you should get broken in this situation, especially with his team roaming around into his bedroom. He finds 6 in a row and earned himself that cruise missile. Could potentially be the spark. But London trying to fight back into this hard point to force a game number 5. He's not slowing down. They're finding all the kills in the feed, and now they're only down by 80 points. They can chain it. If they can get some good time off of this P1, they're right back into this game.
And look at what happens, right, when you get the final 20 seconds of scrap. Look at that. Look what happens to the scoreline. London still fighting a big gunfight for Asim to win. However, he eventually does fall off of that spree, a crucial one that London needed, and they're able to get it. But so many more things have got to go the Ravens' way. They want to try to improve that stat line, and this is really where, Jay, the game got out of hand in the first set of rotations. It was like a clean 45, 50 points after P1. Assault went on an incredible streak, cutting down the forces, and now it feels like somewhat of a similar story. LAG with the time, and it's currently a massive battle in the back. Player 5, player 3 battling for lobby.
They're taking so long to try to break this P1 hill, though, that if LAG are able to walk away with these gunfights, they know that they're in control of the spawn, especially with you spawning over towards Shandy. There has to be a player in towards the back. So can they sniff out the positioning of Yuli, or do they completely just disregard him and focus on his teammates? That might be their focus right now, as they get a good chunk of time off for that P1, only 50 seconds away from them closing out the series.
I appreciate what Yuli's doing, but it's just like, buddy, you might just have to jump.
Come on, let's go.
I don't know if they're going to arrive. I don't know if they're going to get here or not. You're on your bike, trying to jump inside of the hard point. Does it work out? No, not going to happen. Yuli waited a lifetime for his teammates to jump in from the front. They fall. He actually spawns in the back again and ends up getting taken down once more. 30 points away are LAG from locking up what has been a dominant game 4.
No, all they need is 26 more points. They cannot win it here, but you can still contest this. Because with the lead that they have, they know they can fight for every single ounce of scrap time. They don't have to commit fully off the rotations. It's only going to be Nastie here over towards Kitchen, and he eventually does fall. The rest of his teammates all the way across the map. They do get a couple close spawns, though, so it's only Jodeci's here. What can the rookie do?
I like him in spots like this, though. I love him to be in positions like this one. Close quarters, maybe near that extinguisher. Definitely love to be in a spot like that. However, cruise missile comes in. Asim able to find one. Solid as you like. Finds 2, and that very well could be the game, Jay.
Yeah, this is the game. This is the game. London have one more opportunity to break in. They're all getting cut down. Final 2 players here to contest.
4 more points. RC's going on a spree. It looks like this is it. The last few kills coming in, and LAG have broken the streak. After 10 losses in a row, the COD gods smile favorably on them today. Perfect in the respawn. Some heroics there on the expo. They carry that momentum on to a hotel hardpoint that, quite frankly, was never close. 250 to 104, our final tally. I don't know, Jay, who you want to point out, but I just feel like it was Jodeci's again, who was just an absolute problem there for the Ravens.
Yeah, Jodeci took over in the hardpoints. Like, he did it in map number 1, goes like 36 and 21, absolutely takes over, sets the turn early on of how this series is going to go. You fall short in the search to destroy because the mid-round adjustments from the Ravens were too strong, and you allowed them to get 8 first blood versus 1. You're never going to win S&Ds like that if you're always a team in disadvantage. But the biggest map was that Expo Control. First time we see the Guerrillas on it, they were down 0-2. They slowly start to fight back, have a couple clutch rounds, and then when they needed to clutch up at the very end, it was Jodeci's and Exceed to turn their game around on that Control to close out the map. And then in that final one, it was an absolute smoke show. Every single time London thought that they had a rotation, Guerrillas were instantly there to break it. And that's why you see the scoreline the way that it was. They were in full control from start to finish of that map, number 4. They were in full control of this series from start to finish. They're able to close out in a 3-1 and avoid the longest CDL loser streak in CDL history.
Yes, went off the prow. I think it was Nameless who was talking about how their next few games did not look favorably at all. So LAG and the streak here for London. Unfortunately, a losing streak now begins for that team. But that's going to do it for myself and Jay. First game out of the way, and it is the Guerrillas coming out on top. Take it away, Desk.
It's getting crazy already. LAG, the 11th seed, stays strong and will keep the 11th seed after today's matchup 3-1. We didn't have to go to a game 5.
Yeah, we almost did. I thought maybe we were going to, but LAG clutch up the control. I think that was the biggest map in this series.
All right, we're just 2 weeks away from Toronto. LAG still playing for a piece of the $500,000. If they're going to take a big chunk, what do they want to repeat from today's games?
Yeah, it's got to be the ice, especially in the control, as Ali just touched on. If you go deep into context of LAG, last stage qualifier, they had so many close games, controls on a CeeLo, hard points coming down to the wire, search and destroy rounds that they choked. This time, they ice up when they need to, and they can bring that momentum into the game 4. They have explosive players. You talk about a guy like Joe Thieves. He's been putting up some crazy maps.
He's snapping.
I mean, he's been snapping throughout this series. So, like, I remember that Minnesota game. He's just going absolutely nuts. So they have the players who can take over in the respawns, and that's how they have to get it done. Obviously, this is versus the London Royal Ravens. People are dubbing this the Blow It Up Bowl. But we did see some potential out of LAG if they're going to play with some confidence and not give up. It looks like they haven't given up, especially with a performance like that. So I'm excited to see if they can play spoiler going.
What happened to London in this game 4, Ali? Because this was a nail-biter series, and then all of a sudden the haymaker from the Guerrillas. Nastie, who was leading his team in game 3, 1,100 damage. That's like half of what I do in a ranked game, and I'm bad.
I mean that happens. I think there was 2 things that happened there in that game 4 for the London Royal Ravens. One, they just got come back down when they were up 2-0 in the Expo control. So obviously there's some mental checking happening in that situation, as well as this was both of these teams' worst hardpoint map and mode combination. So it really was just momentum based.
Smoke today were the London Royal Ravens. They are still in 12th place, looking for wins before we get to Toronto. Before we get to the next match, quick reminder, start your digital collection today with the 2021 Call of Duty League trading cards by Upper Deck, the official trading card partner of the CDL. Collect your favorite teams and players on upperdeckepack.com or scan that QR code. And while you're scanning things, well, keep your phone out and go to shop.callofduty.com. Get your jerseys, hoodies, and more. Ali, which one are you rocking these days?
A Toronto Ultra one. I just love the big leaf in the middle of it.
And that's where we're going next. Get your jerseys right now. Wear it in front of everybody. When we come back, we've got your second match here on our day. Actually, Joe was able to call through. Let's go to Mr. Deceives live. Joey, how are we feeling? The 10-match streak finally over. You guys get the dub today over the 12th seed.
Yeah, I'm just happy we won a series, to be honest. It felt good. Our hard points looked, not disrespect, but it was London, but we did look a lot better in hard points today.
You did, especially that game 4.
You really did.
Yeah,
So, I'm glad we get to talk to you because I feel like, obviously it's been a long time. 10 series, congratulations on your win, but you are arguably I'm pretty sure the youngest player in the league right now. So I want to ask kind of what this experience has been like for you, especially being plugged into a team that's been kind of searching for answers to fix their problems previous to this iteration of this roster.
Yeah, because obviously coming up, right, I came into Challengers, I pretty much won Cup, qualified for the Pro-Am, and won the Major, so obviously losing wasn't something I was used to, so going on a 10-loss streak, it was definitely eye-opening, I guess I could say, but like I said, happy we finally won. I don't know, it's just, I feel like today we finally put it together in a match. I think me especially, I feel like I haven't been replicating my scrims to matches as much, but I feel like I did better today, so.
Joe, you've been an absolute beast, a rock star for this team, taking over games in the respawn. It's been a pleasure to watch you, especially being so young. I want to ask you though, I talked to your teammates, after the last stage qualifier. They talked about how in clutch situations you guys just had absolutely no ice, and it will lead to you guys losing the next map and things of that nature, and that they believe that you guys are a way better team. Well, in this series, you guys clutch up in that game 3, and we see a wonderful performance in the game 4. What is that? Is it confidence? You guys just clutch up and you feel like you can dominate anybody? Talk to me about it.
I don't know. So obviously every series we've played, right? Even going back to Major 2 where we played FaZe, we threw maps, we were choking maps, no matter what team we played. We would always play good teams very close. Even we would see 3-0s out of us, but if you watch the maps back, it's always close.
Yeah.
And I just feel like it came down to, you said, clutching, icing up sometimes, and it just didn't happen. But now, I guess today, we went down 0-2 in the control, and we came back and won it. I think if we can keep doing that, we'll hopefully make a run for something.
Joe, I want to just mirror what Ant said there. It's been awesome to watch you here in your rookie year at the CDL, the youngest player in the league, but you guys are out of the running for champs. So what are you personally playing for with the remaining games as we head into Toronto?
For me, I mean, obviously, like, the money, like, to try to get something, right? But also, like, even though we're out of the running, I mean, I'm still trying to learn. Like you said, I'm the youngest player in the league. Like, I have a lot to learn, no matter what, even if I'm out of champs. Like, it's just something, you know, even going into next year, I want to learn as much as I can, like, become the best I can.
Love it, Joe. You're going to be here for a while. I have a feeling about that one. LAG and Joe Thieves get our first win of the day. We'll let him go and rejoin the team. But we got to come back with another matchup on the day. A big one here. Florida needs to stay perfect. Technically still in the running. They take on Boston when we come back.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Give me the smoke, I want it all. What they saying, take a toke. I love the hate, I don't need no antidote. Better keep it light when I'm talking to the globe. It's no joke. Give me the smoke, I want it all. What they saying, take a toke. I love the hate, I don't need no antidote. Better keep it light when you talking to the globe. It's no joke. Give me the smoke, I want it all. What they saying, take a toke. I love the hate, give me the smoke. Better keep it light when you talking to the globe. It's no joke. Give me the smoke.
Just got me fired up for this one. Boston Breach taking on their challenger in the Florida Mutineers. Now the Florida Mutineers, 90 points on the season. That's just 9 match wins. They need to win out if they want to make it to champs, but this team is a squad that is looking just to finish the year strong. There's still $500,000 up for grabs when we go to Toronto.
There's a lot of opportunity for Florida. The problem is how far outside of that bubble that they are in their strength of schedule moving forward. But I loved what Ant touched on during the pre-show earlier, is it feels like it's one of our only bottom 4 teams that hasn't given up hope, that hasn't given up that fire to try and take some of these series. And that's why we are still excited to watch them. That's why when we go into this, it's like, well, technically Florida has opportunity here in this series to steal a map or two. I think a lot of that might be off the back of Vickle. There was a lot of question marks when he was put into the roster. Obviously, it was because Havoc had to take a step back for personal reasons, but I think he surprised a lot of us for what he added to the Florida Mutineers team.
Here is your Monster Energy pregame. Let's take a look at the big ones. Need stronger holds on Fortress Hardpoint. We're going to see that map in this series. Rough so far if you're a Mutineers fan. 12th in hold percent on that map.
Yeah, it's been very tough. And a lot of that map, I mean, it comes down to a lot of individual plays and performances, extending the play, staying alive in art. And the SMGs throughout this entire season haven't been that great for Florida Mutineers, aside from some pop-off maps from Havoc. But he's no longer in the lineup. And in Respawn, you need some work. They've been very inconsistent in the hard points. When you talk about search and destroy, though, that is going to be the strength of this team. That is when we see a Game 5, we're expecting Vickle to make things happen at this point.
Yo, hair game is strong right now across the board.
And he's getting more confident as time goes on. Vickle's hair is fully on form, so he's ready.
Fellow looking like a model cap, same thing. Let's talk a little bit about their opposition, though, because 80% of the chat right now has their channel points on Boston Breach. 80%. Why are the fans in favor of the squad wearing green tonight, Al?
Well, obviously because what they've seen so far when we went to the Minnesota Røkkr home series and we saw Vivid get plugged back into this roster, it was a dominant win from the Boston Breach. And what's interesting about this squad is they were a very solid Respawn team at the beginning of the season, but Search and Destroy is seriously where they struggled. And as we move through, a couple of changes happened. Beans and Kremp are brought in to chase that Search and Destroy, but for some reason they start losing the Respawn. So now they plug Vivid back into the roster, and it seems like things have all gone back to the way that they should be. So when it comes to Monster Energy pregame, Ant, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about the Monster Energy pregame, SMG pressure allows the ARs to fry. Beans had a 1.3 and Big Wake had a 1.4. The guys were going off. Rotations
he makes friends with demons, Ant.
Facts. And rotations are also key on HyDra Hardpoint. They're number 3 on hold percentage. And I said it earlier, I'll say it again. Vivid is one of those guys that makes the games easier for his teammates. So when you're getting a 1.3 and a 1.4 to the ARs, you should be winning that game. But somebody has to do the dirty work, and it's Vivid. He plays patient when he needs to. He hops in the hill when he needs to, and it's led to way more success. This team was 2-7 in hardpoint. They bring him back in the lineup. They win both of their hardpoints versus a home crowd. So this is the guy I'm looking at throughout this game to make plays on the mini-map.
Boston with 3 SMGs. It's Nero's turn to sit the bench while it will be Kremp and Vivid back in the lineup. 81% of the chat now feeling Boston. Let's see if they should feel it after seeing the maps and modes. HyDra, Embassy, Hotel, and then 2 games of Fortress. Allie, let's start with you. What do you see in this series?
I have a couple of things to talk about this layout. I think Boston is trying to get the series done fairly early in 3 or 4. HyDra, they beat Florida on it last time. The biggest pick for me right now is that Embassy Search and Destroy.
Okay.
It's their better Search and Destroy, and Boston actually is bottom 3 teams when it comes to attacking. I think the reason they put Embassy in this series is because it's very one-dimensional. All you have to do is get across to that B site, get the bomb down fast, and play that post-plant. And as you saw in the Monster Energy pregame, they're #1 post-plant winning the round on Embassy Search and Destroy. So they're trying to get this series done fast.
Nameless, Boston isn't safe. They're in 7th. It's looking good for champs, but you're not locked in yet. Do you take the opportunity and gamble with some maps? Did you see any of that as you looked at the 5-game set?
You know what? I don't know what they're talking about in their camp, but I do like the map set here, at least like Ali said early on. HyDra and Embassy, those definitely favor Boston, but I do think they are trying Hotel. I mean, this is a map where you look at Florida, they've been able to win it a few times. 2 of the last 3 hotels, they did win, and they played very well on that one. But for Boston, they've struggled at that map historically, right? So if you're them, you give it a stab in this one, go up early. You can afford to lose that hotel control because Fortress Hardpoint, you fully expect to close it out there. So I think they've done really well here with these vetoes, and we'll see the hotel improvements if they come in with Vivid.
You guys are both going Boston. I'm going Florida today, so let's talk bigger picture. Who drops the biggest numbers? If you're playing fantasy right now as a Call of Duty League fan, who do you think scores the most points here today?
Giga.
Giga going to Awakening.
Sure.
What about you, Allie?
That's because of the tweet he saw earlier in my timeline. If I'm playing my fantasy, I think I might be going fellow in this series. I don't know why. I don't know why.
I was going to say, I'm going with Kremp. You can earn your own fantasy points, but these players, of course, are playing for the Call of Duty Championship points. You need to be in the top 8 by the end of the season. Boston currently sitting in 7th place, just 1 game ahead of Røkkr, and that is 3 games currently ahead of Legion. Chasing behind the Mutineers, not out of it yet, but 90 points is not a good position to be coming into Major 5.
You know what? This is a massive game for Boston. You know, just seeing this right here, it's like with how Vegas has been, if they were to somehow choke this to Florida, Vegas comes in and gets a huge upset win today versus Atlanta, murky territory, man. You do not want to be in that position. So Boston, they really need to focus up and get this done.
Not only Vegas Legion, I mean, Minnesota Røkkr sitting right there at 160. Thankfully, Boston get the win on them most recently in that head-to-head matchup, but there's still ample opportunity for them to mess up some of these standings.
Take a look at the standings, lock in, let us know who do you see coming into the final 8. Champs has been announced. We'll be heading to Las Vegas June 15th to the 18th. So get your tickets now at CallOfDutyLeague.com. We've got to head to a quick commercial break while the players get ready. When we come back, it's map #1 in the best of 5 between the Mutineers and the Breach.
This is the Scuffed Team of the Major, a super team built with 4 of the top performers at the event as voted by you, the fans. It wouldn't be a Team of the Major without aBeZy of the Atlanta FaZe, who kicks off this list with yet another stellar tournament showing. One series you have to watch is against the New York Subliners in Elimination Round 4. Tied 4-4 in the first map of Search and Destroy, it looked like Atlanta was going down. However, aBeZy went God mode, slaying the entire other team to clutch the round and putting FaZe in position to take the map just a few rounds later. With spectacular performances throughout the Major, aBeZy continues to remind everyone that he is one of the best players in the world. The second member of the Team of the Major is Shotzzy of OpTic Texas. Shotzzy's performance during Major 4 established him and Huke as the top SMG duo in the game right now after another great tournament run from OpTic. Shotzzy really shined during OpTic's final elimination match against Atlanta FaZe and showed why OpTic is the king of hardpoint with a 24-kill performance on the map as part of a dominant series with OpTic sweeping FaZe to make it to the grand finals. Next up is Octane of LA Thieves. The Major 4 MVP came up huge, finishing the event with an impressive 1.16 KD. One match that you have to go watch is the grand finals against OpTic Texas, where Octane dropped 28 kills and 22 kills across 2 maps to lead his team to victory. With his spectacular Major 4 showing, Octane once again showed that he is the best AR player in the world right now, and it's not even close. Rounding out the Team of the Major is the other half of the OpTic Texas SMG duo, Huke. Throughout the tournament, Huke looked absolutely unstoppable en route to the team's second place finish. In the team's 3-1 victory over the LA Thieves in the qualifier stage, Huke was absolutely frying with 27 kills on the first map of Hardpoint and 10-kill performance in the Search and Destroy. While OpTic fell short in the end, they've proven that a championship is well within reach if Huke is able to maintain these kind of performances heading into the final stretch of the season. That's your Scuffed Team of the Major for Major 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. The game is ready and you've got to deal with myself and Ton for this one. Florida versus Boston Breach in our Monster Energy matchup is coming to live on the screens. Ton, how are we feeling about this one?
We're feeling like, I kind of agree with what the Des was saying. It's a super important game for Boston. If Florida want any kind of hope, they need to win as well. It is very important for both these two teams. But realistically, Boston Breach, the pressure is very much on them. Crucial win up against Minnesota Røkkr last week. Now need to get another crucial one against the Florida Mutineers. This one you would think may be a little bit more simple, but you never know what the Mutineers are going to throw up.
You certainly don't, and theoretically not eliminated. But for Boston, I think I agree with what Alan and Ali were kind of saying on the desk. Very important game for them. Boston do not want to slip further into the bubble, further into danger zone. For Florida, it's all about keeping those dreams alive. Like maybe one day I'll be 13 stone again. That kind of dream. It's a long way off and it might not happen, but anything can happen in the CDL.
If I speak. Here we are, though. I'm not going to go into these sort of things first cast of the weekend. There's a lot more time for you to have some smart answer back at some stage down the line, so we'll leave that out. But Florida against Boston, yeah, look, both these two teams won this map out last time they went on to play it, and they want to try and keep that momentum going. However, the ARs, the Boston Breach, really important. The Florida Mutineers as well. It's so important that these ARs have strong games like they have been recently in the hard points. Let's see who gets it on best as we head into HyDra. And for me, look at Boston Breach. They want to try and keep a hold of P2 spawns. They pretty much rely on it, I want to say. On many occasions, they've been flipped pretty much immediately.
Yeah, there was no joy there for them on this first attack as well, and it's a great start for Florida Mutineers. Obviously, not a ton of points to be made, but all of it about the spawns here. Can Vivid try and reverse this? Straight away finds Capsule as well. His teammates go down. You can see the spawn already coming in. They've got the P3. His teammates should spawn with him. Wait for that spawner coming in. It does. It's perfect. Vivid brings it right back.
Manages to get it there, but Brakka's there to answer back. So a nice play from Vivid, gets the one, and it was just a little bit of bad timing for Florida Mutineers. Push themselves out just the wrong time, and eventually Boston will get some sort of control over towards P2. Look at the break that could potentially be coming through here. Capsule's the first. And you deal with Brakka towards the back. He's just going to wait for the rest of his team to try and find a way through. He will be the first.
And this is one of the big stories about Boston. They've been looking for the right pieces to make another run towards the top. It hasn't happened in some time, but a big win here over Florida Mutineers will certainly boost their stock, in our opinion. You can already see right now Florida Mutineers are struggling to make headway. They cannot get past the multi-layered defense that Boston have set up.
And now Boston want to try and flip it so they can spawn towards the back. Perfect play from Boston. They forced their way out, but Florida predicting it well. It's a mid-map spawn going to come in from Boston, so it's a bit of a foot race over towards P3. But that's a good deal from Boston Breach. 54 and, well, rising for Florida Mutineers at 7, 8, 9, 10. But realistically, Boston Breach struggle massively on P3. So if they can find a nice break here through Beans towards the back and the rest of the team coming up, that P2 rotation will look very nice. But rotating to this hill has been difficult for Boston. Let's see if they can find a way through. There is going to be a pinch. Beans is the crucial member here.
I know somebody is out here. Florida Mutineers looking for him. Beagle gonna just throw a shoulder, but Beans not able to actually convert that into anything, and has been here for some time. Finds the first, knows there's a second player to deal with as his Kremp goes to work inside the hill, and Boston have broken this.
And Capsule moving towards the back. It's not going to influence the spawns at all. They know he's here. They can smell him. Beans looking for the kill. Is he going to get some good timing? Yes, he is. Guns him down. And all of a sudden, it's a perfect rotation out of Boston Breach. We said P2 to P3 has been a struggle. No struggle there. Florida Mutineers only 30 points on the board. That's 2 rotations you did initially have. In 2 rotations, you've got very little off so far. Boston Breach, 20 seconds to go here. Not managing to lock down the kills, or can they, as Beans and Kremp combine? There's going to be scrap time potentially going over towards Boston with the back spawns. Florida Mutineers can get something out of this rotation. But a couple of times, Bryce, as I mentioned, there's been rotations where they locked it in. P2, P3, they haven't got a lot to talk about from that, though. P4 is their next opportunity.
Yeah, tiny bit scrappy from both teams. See if they can put a serious dent on it here. This time, Florida are set up. They have the positioning, they have the numbers, the strategy. But do they have the gunning? Already you can see Vehicle is going to be on a late flank. Everybody just swam straight past him in the water. It's outnumbered. Vivid slips through the net straight to Ruins. The pressure is too much here already. Boston have walked through the front door.
I like the play from Vehicle, but just a little bit too slow. The rest of the team need to hold on, and they haven't been able to. Spawns in towards the back from Brack. He may be able to help out fellow on the cross. They're pushing through Ruins, and Brack surviving is crucial here. Beans towards the back is going to be the next one. The chopping block. Brack surviving. Kremp is there to fight out, but it looks like Florida Mutineers holding on. If they can hold on the rest of this time, they'll take a lead heading into P5.
They certainly will. Brack, the biggest kills he could have possibly made onto this one, holds them at bay and does not allow them to get that crucial foothold. And now as we head towards the rotation, this is a very narrow game. Neither side able to pull out in any sort of way. There will be Boston for it.
This fellow going to manage to find a break here towards the back. Banana control is going to be there. Vivid will make sure to find it. Not push far enough back, but the spawns will still come in there for Boston as we keep them spawning towards the back. You've got to keep an eye on that P3 rotation. That may well come through, but Brack on a 4 spree. Needs to try and find some kills towards the back of Florida. Want to get a good hold of this if they can find a break. Kills being traded left and right. Florida still struggling to break through here.
Brack now going to have to swing into action. Was watching the back for his team here as well. It's a door fight. Beans is going to be in the way, blocking it, and it takes them down. There's 25 seconds still available here for Florida, but can they break back in? They've got to get past them once again. Looks at the Kremp shard, and eventually Vehicle will take down Beans at the top as well, but he's already been waiting for a minute. Vehicle slaps his way into this point, and Vivid is flown off into the respawn.
Yeah, before all that posturing, Florida Mutineers weren't going to get 10-15 seconds. It just was a little bit too late, but in all honesty, a really, really good hold from the Boston Breach. They managed to lock down the spawns that they need. They keep that P3 control, and they just don't let Florida get those spawns until, well, the final 10-15 seconds. They pick up the majority of the time from there. So nicely done to keep it in touching distance, but now it's about this scrap over towards P2. Gonna be won by Florida Mutineers. It was last time around, but keep an eye as this timer starts to wind on down over towards P1 on this second rotation. These kills are going to be so important when that timer hits around 15 seconds or so. That's when the crucial ones will start to come through, but it is still Florida Mutineers in control of P2 right now.
And for Boston, they want to get this time off quickly. Capsule floating in the water.
On the
trying
kills.
to stay alive as well because they've lost spawns, they've lost P1. It's basically a disaster here. Boston Breach are now back in control of this map. Let's find out how they are feeling though with Boston Breach. Listen in.
I'll go back for hold. Right there. Rocks me. Yeah, right here. You want to yeah, one net here. Yeah, I got nets. I have a shit. I'm in net. I'm back left on you. I'm one back left. Wait for my net top. Flag on me. Can we jump now? Help me. One's L already. He's in the back. Back.
Hey, Tommy. Okay, Ellen, back door still.
He closed the door.
Ellen, you.
He's on back to Tom.
There's one on this.
I'll see him. Bottom down, he's two times. One time.
Top down. Take your time. It's your time.
So I'm proud. What's he doing for him?
Yeah, I'm playing for him.
Yeah, what's it killing?
I knew that.
You're going to do
He's top down. I'm watching.
Somewhere.
Don't.
Nice to
I'll back up.
push up P1.
No, we should be good. Walk me in the
P1.
Go ahead, wide right route.
One corner done.
Nice job, bro. He could be top down. I'm just laying down.
I'm not back up soon.
I'm hiding back S.
I see them top down.
Yeah, let's pull the corner. Nice. I'm watching back up. Yeah, I can see it.
Well, the listening was basically the Boston Breach breakdown and beat down. They have not got the points they wanted to on the P2. They now have to get this rotation of Vivid and Beans combining in the middle to hold off Florida from this rotation ton.
And they must do, because P2 last time around, you were heading into P3 with a 60-point lead or so, and now all of a sudden you find yourself down 40 off a really nice break from the Florida Mutineers. Only one player from Florida can answer back to what has been a nice holdover towards P3 from Boston. And a great hold that they absolutely needed here. Bryce, it was getting a little bit silly. Florida Mutineers were walking away with it. And one more opportunity to break here over towards P3.
They're going for it one last time. Florida Mutineers flooding through every single gap they can find. It's only 20 seconds for the scrap time, but it's about keeping that lead up. You can already see players rotating as well as Beans hits Pipes. And Pipes is where he was going to do the work that he needs to get them off this scrap. The problem is now going to appear, though. Boston are outside of this next spawn. They have to hit this rotation.
Yeah, they're going to get the rotation in for Florida if you like, but that scrap time is not going to help our Boston Breach. There's only one player from Boston in any sort of position who could do anything against it. It is the Demon Slayer himself, Awakening. He's going to manage to find one. The pressure now onto Florida Mutineers. They are going to get the spawns towards the back. Pinch set up here from Boston Breach. Here they go.
And this is the pressure they need already. Kills going down. Fellow holds off the first. Last time Brack was the hero. He's the only one alive. And last time, and he will be taken down by Gigawake. And that is the kills they need. They cannot hold on one more time. Capsule already committing to this. They know this hangs in the balance.
You'd expect the trophy system to be there, and it is. Awakening was the first one there, and he dispatches 3 of them on the way in to help the rest of his team come in through the flank, and that's 15 seconds or so that Boston Breach are going to be pressurized for, but they will manage to pick up. This game is now significantly closer as we head over towards P5. Brack trying to just hold them back, keep them away as long as possible. Florida Mutineers, can you get yourself a decent setup this time around? First kill's going to come through from Boston, make that a second. Spawn should be there for Florida towards the back, but the pressure will be on.
Boston have hit the gas. They're now coming in numbers. They are coming in 4 straight through the front door. The respawn will be there for Florida, but the kills will be there for Boston. Everybody falling. The Florida Mutineers, they rotated early. They set up and they found nothing. They had the lead. It has been thrown and blown asunder. As now the Florida Mutineers are on the back foot.
Good kill from Fickle, though. The rest of the team actually managed to get themselves out of a pinch. And for one, though, there's a hold from Florida Mutineers. The Boston one crumbles just as easily. Florida have found a way through. Boston spawns towards the back, though. May be able to bring it back.
And the Beans nade will go below at a scrap time. This may go into this next one, a completely tied game. But who's going to be at P1 at the moment? It's maybe Boston. It might be Florida. There's a big gunfight about to go down. I think Capsule was there on the rotation already. And who's going against him? It's Awakening.
Oh, look at these kills. Actually, it's going to be one player through the middle. It's actually going to be Vivid to find that mid-cut. Is he going to be the one that potentially causes problems for Florida Mutineers, who right now do have the P2 rotations, but Brack shooting fish in a barrel. Vivid will get taken down. Positioning from Mutineers is brilliant here. They're 20 points away from the win on P1. P2 rotation is there. Boston, you got to get in the hill.
Well, Awakening is found too. They've managed to find the break they might need. They cannot win it here, though. You can already see the spawn out. Capsule is flooding back through P3. The players are split everywhere. Boston Breach have to hold from every single angle. Fellow's in trouble. Beans has found him, but Fellow finds Beans first. They are playing their lives in every single aspect, but it might not be enough. Only Brack is left alive. They've lost the P2 spawn as well. Neither team able now to win it on this hill. P2 would be where we end it, but it will be Boston in control.
Oh, Kremp just went huge over towards P1 as well. The split spawns come through. It doesn't work out for Florida. It now has to be one monumental break. 20 seconds to play for. You've got time to set up for it, but you have to execute perfectly here. Boston, it's their game to lose.
It's never easy to break P2. Vivid still swimming, still winning. Brax looking for him, trying to fire through the water. It's not a harpoon gun, it's just attack. And that is the time ticking. Vivid has held them off for so long by himself. And with 4 seconds left to go, the Mutineers have flooded into it. And it's not enough. It's a shutdown. It's a breakdown. It's Boston Breach for the first.
Found themselves around 60 or 70 behind at one stage. But a wonderful hold of P3 gets them back into the game, and beautiful breaking when needed. Things get so scrappy. How often have we seen it on the third rotation of hills? We head over towards P1 and P2 again, and we see teams flounder on so many occasions. It looks like they've got the perfect setup. Capsule was the first one there over towards P2. Start winning your gunfights, you're holding it on. But as I said on the second rotation, you get around 15-20 seconds, things start to get a little bit mixy. The kills fall through, a bit of a split spawn comes through, but it's Boston the ones who are the beneficiary. They will hold on to P2. It is the crucial hill for them in this map, and it's the hill that wins the map number 1.
It really is. If you're going to take something away from it, though, you got to say Boston, the breaks were better. Yeah. Florida Mutineers trying to hold against just a deluge of pressure from every single angle, and realistically, if you didn't have Brack make such a big hold on P4, the score could have gotten out of control. But yeah, Boston kept breaking. P2, P1, P5, anything. Florida had the advantage, they had the lead, they were even rotating towards the end. But it doesn't matter. If you don't hold, you don't get the points.
You gotta get your kills in the middle of the map as well. It just felt like Boston was soaking up all of that time over towards P1, and the pressure just got to Florida Mutineers. Kind of at that stage, do you stick, do you twist, do you fight for these kills over towards P1 and just hope that you manage to keep a hold of the spawns towards P2? Things got mixy, but Awakening there. I mean, this was a really important rotation. Off the back of Boston, what pretty much a 60-point hold over towards P3. The rotation for Florida was pretty flawless over towards P4, and Awakening finds 3 or 4 to find a breakthrough and started the takeover towards the end. Demon Joe getting the job done when it matters. Definitely felt like Florida were the ones in the driving seat heading into that final hill or so, and Boston break when they need to. Map number 1, hotly contested, but ultimately it's the Boston Breach to take it away in this battle of the East Coast, 250 to 232. A very close map number 1 to kick things off.
Yeah, I think the big takeaway there, especially in the end as well, is realistically Florida Mutineers have got to be more careful of blocking spawns out and playing for that rotation. 2 opportunities to win, P1 and P2, and they try to get the numbers onto P1, and they did well to begin with. But then when you start losing, or you start losing these fights, you have to be cautious. It only takes one wrong slip. If you lose the P2 spawn, we know it's a money hill. We know it's a difficult break at the best of times. Unfortunately, they are going to lose that. 250 to 232 as we move on to the Search and Destroy.
And a Search and Destroy that you wouldn't be feeling too hot about if you are Florida Mutineers. Boston very much dominating on this map, especially since Beans is coming in, dropping a 2.08 in the 3 maps that he has played for the Boston side. So that's a scary prospect if you're Florida now, heading into this Search and Destroy. But how often do we talk about Florida Search and Destroys at the beginning of the year? Can they find that essence, I want to say, from what they had at the start of the season? They look so good in this mode. It has significantly dropped off. Of course, Havoc not being in the roster doesn't help things along that way, but it'd be a good time to bounce back right now. Keep an eye on Beans. The snipe picks are going to be so important. A lot of Search and Destroy, a lot of series you get left to go. Florida Mutineers still with an opportunity here.
There is, but I'll be disappointed with that map 1 ton. There's nothing but frustration flooding through the veins of Florida Mutineers. The Boston Breach, a little bit of a reprieve realistically. I don't know how to feel about that hard point, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
I feel like both teams made a couple of mistakes that towards this part of the season, and I've spoken about this before, we are heading into the last hurrah. It is the final chapter. There is no more in just a month or two's time. You have to be playing your best Call of Duty if you want to walk away with championships.
Beans, warming the brain up. Getting those eyes nice and focused. But I think, you know, you make a very good point, though. You know, both these teams are still trying to fight to get themselves into champs, more so the Boston Breach realistically. But you have to be cleaner. Yeah, okay, it's all very well making it to champs. What do you go and lose 2 games? I mean, that's that. Like, you want to be there. You want to get there to win it. That's the opportunity. You don't just go to take part. You're there because you believe you can go on to win it, and they need to be cleaner than that. I will say one thing though, that we definitely seen a better performance from Owakening in that map, and of course last week as well. I want to say that since Beans has come into the roster, he hasn't been the demonic god that we expected that he has been for the Boston Breach for the last couple of years. He is very much now getting back to that form, recently at least. Can he continue it though as we head into the Search and Destroy the rest of the series, the rest of the stage? And plenty more from Demon Joe, and well, we may need him here if you're the Boston Breach. 6-2 record as mentioned as well. Beans has really lit things up ever since he joined the roster, specifically on this map at 2.08 over the 3 maps that he has played. Keep an eye on the sniper. That was very much a tool of his trade. He's going to be the one to answer back for the side of Florida Mutineers. I'm not too sure, but let's see how it goes. Or not. Quick reset, we'll get back into it.
And it's an interesting thing about the Boston Breach, if we're talking about them. I feel like at the moment, or the way that this team is built, it's so heavily based on slaying. Any respawn, it's all about the slaying. And yeah, even in that last hardpoint, I'm sure if you go look at it, they were winning the slaying game by quite some margin at some points, but the points weren't really there as much as they could have been. And there is a silver lining to this. If you are slaying very, very well across the map, but you aren't getting the points for it, all you really have to do is make a little bit of an adjustment to get the points, right? That's something you've got to work on, work through the VODs, fix that small mistake. It's much harder the other way. If you can get into the point, but can't get any kills, well, you're not going to get the points in the end. So they have part of this puzzle. They have this solution that they have been juggling the roster about with. The only question that really remains, and it is a question everybody's asking, is where do you put Boston in the end? Have they ascended to the level of the top 4 teams in the CDL? Right now, they've got to show us more.
So you're telling me kills don't mean everything?
I am saying that, yes. But at the same time, you have to get them. It is, unfortunately, you have to.
I thought that was the case. Everyone tells me it's all about KD. Here we go then. Search to Destroy.
Like all good things, sometimes a good balance is the order of the day. But let's find out how the Search and Destroy goes. An Awakening already finds the first, but Fellow will get it straight back on a Vivid. The sniper is out, and it is echoing all around here, as now the battle lines are redistributing.
Well, Florida sent a lot of numbers over here. Must have been expecting this coming in from the Boston Breach. Well, we asked who's going to counter Beans with the sniper. It's Tyler Fellow. There's 2. Capsule will find the push as well. Awakening ready and waiting, but not ready enough. Is going to be able to find one. Can he find the second? He knows Capsule is weak. Does he know where the third player is here, though? Getting the pressure on. It's a 1v3 that's potentially on the cards here.
Here we go. Big wait for the ace, potentially. The 1 versus 3. Frack running for his life. He reaches! He gets it. He shuts him down. There is no wake and bake today. Pulls that one out of the fire. And that's done. The perfect timing, the perfect reach out, the perfect centering onto Awakening. And that is just everything they needed for the Mutineers. Hold it down the round 1.
Yeah, manic start to the search. Florida sending a lot of bodies over towards the A side. Usually you would expect the commitment, but I suppose B is a little bit harder to go off the rip. You have no trophies if you're on the attack to stop those nades inevitably coming over towards tennis courts. So you head over towards A. And it's a firefight. There's the trophy that's needed to get over across towards B. That's where Florida Mutineers are concentrating their efforts now. Fellow with 2 in the first round. We'll need to find some more if they want a successful attack here.
Oh, Fellow tries to find him as well. Here comes another cyber battle. It's going to be Fellow versus Beans. And Beans with a slow peek against a sniper just is not going to work. Boston only have Awakening left. Last time we tried to clutch it, this time it's a little bit more difficult for him.
And I want to say that, not to criticize too much, but very, very predictable from Beans that time around. Nobody up top. Fellow sees somebody over towards top orange stairs. Doesn't necessarily mean you've got everything else cleared out, but it's an easy prediction from Fellow, and Brack will just hear Awakening coming. Another round for Florida Mutineers. And that's that 2-round cushion. We talk about their offenses not necessarily being strong at all, only 36% of the time, and they managed to lock them down. There's the first one with a defense alongside of it. Hold your defenses the rest of the game, you win the Search and Destroy. But here we go. Cap still up orange stairs. Would have got the call up from his teammates. Vivid gets gunned out of his socks. Nicely done from Cap, and there's the predictable angle coming in from Beans. Fellow. Nicely done.
We've actually seen this before from Capstore last season. I always felt like he kind of had a little bit of a slow start sometime in the hard points, but would certainly redeem himself in the S&Ds. Let's see if it can continue. Already we can see Boston going for a move towards B. Snipers out once again. Kremp will take down Fellow. Capstore will take down Kremp. Capstore cannot snake his way away from Awakening.
He's going to be a crucial player. Getting into that area in and around the palm tree. But Boston Breacher managed to keep a hold of some numbers here, and that is just easy readable, but not, well, easily killable, I suppose, if Vehicle can stay alive in this position. Now, he does create somewhat of a problem. The problem for Florida Mutineers here is larger. Røkkr is going to have to find a pick. Somebody's going to have to find a pick. Could it be Vehicle? Vivid in the corner, but you expect the trade to potentially come through, even if he finds this one. There's the first one at Vivid, 2v2.
Vehicle's gone for it as well. That's dead silence popped. All the way around. Is he going up the back ladder, maybe? No, he's going to open the door. He's looking for anybody he can find. Oh my God! Go down as well. There's no way he gets away with it, and down he falls. A retake from the Florida Mutineers. Outnumbered, but never outgunned.
I mean, look, we were watching Vehicle. He was on the hunt and doing the right thing. But I think Brack has just absolutely spat on Awakening in the mid-map by the looks of things. I'm not too sure if we'll have it, but it looked like Brack's gunned him. Hard to say, obviously, from where we're actually watching over towards the Vehicle side. Of course, the kill on the Beans was inevitable. Really good play, but here we go. Oh, yeah, he's absolutely spat on him, Brycey. Bloody hell.
Oh, he's flawless so far. And that is certainly something. Florida Mutineers coming to play. We did say we already expected Brack in this roster. There was a chance when Florida earlier in the season took him out of it, and very few people disagree, so I'm glad to see him back.
A lot more passive approach, I want to say, this time, although you say that Capsule has got himself aggressive. The Florida Mutineers here, Vehicle expecting the push to come through. Vivid will be there to trade it. 3 versus 3.
And now, advantage all to Florida. Fellow on Overwatch. Relying on Brack to hold down his flank and get in a good position. That's what he's doing now. He's watching the cross. And this, for Boston, is not an easy retake. Vehicle on top of the van. The flank is secure, so all Fellow has to do is scope.
And Brack's going to be watching the mid-cut. He's going to be pretty much deemed useless here, though. This first kill over towards this side is going to be so important. Fellow can't find it, but Vehicle can. Expects the push to come through. It's another snipe from Fellow. Florida Mutineers may well be sitting at 3-6 on this map mode in particular, but this does not look like a team who is sitting at that record. Fellow right now is dominating Beans with the sniper. 5-2 from him, and Florida are just consistently getting the job done here. And something I just want to quickly touch on to here actually is Kremp is trying to get aggressive. He gets first blooded there. Nero was really a huge player for Boston on this map specifically. He's always somebody who's going to be in those SMG positions where he's going to be pushing forward, finding those kills, those awkward little moments. Kremp not able to quite be on that level so far, sitting at 2 and 4. It has been a struggle so far for Boston, but controlling Fellow is a bigger one at this stage. Force brief for Vehicle, force brief for Brack on top of it. Florida Mutineers are running away with this one.
And Vehicle's going to go for the attack, but Beans has the reflexes to shut him down. And it's better now from Boston. They find 2. Kremp finds a 3rd as well. And now Fellow in a 1 versus 3. Oh, he's going to call this one, though. He's going to call it, but Awakening will get out of there before he gives him the opportunity.
And I want to say for Florida Mutineers here that this round loss is coming down to delusional confidence. Vehicle just sprinting straight at players on the sniper Overwatch, expecting that it can catch them off guard, but Boston say thank you very much, and that will be the warning to Florida. You cannot let your guard down whatsoever. Yeah, you may well be 4-0 up. You pretty much cruised the entire search and destroy. There's barely been a 1v1 to speak of outside of round number 1. You'll run into Beans like this, though. That's unfortunate for Vehicle. That's when things get just a little bit overconfident. Fly around the corner, no shoulders thrown on nothing. Rain it in.
Yeah, that's not what they wanted. Boston, great reflexes, especially Beans, to pull that one. But 4-1. The Boston having a recourse here. Beans again going to be on sniper Overwatch. Trophy down. Kremp going to fly out as well. They're looking for it. It's given Beans the opportunity, and he will take him down. There is a huge one there, but it's Kremp who gets the kill in the end. These two have combined to pick apart Florida.
It's the headbutt over towards B. But it's Boston Beans who finds Fellow this time around. Brack trying to keep this spree up, though. 5-1 so far. Awkward position to be in, though. Got no bomb. Very little information, and, well, attack from this angle is probably what you want, but not to jump into the angle that Beans will be holding. That's 2 for Beans. It looked like 3, of course, from our POV, but it was Kremp who cleaned up what was a nice quick scope. Nicely done from Beans. It's such an awkward position when you're in AR up there. You got no information. You know the sniper's going to be staring at one of the windows, but this was it. Fellow got spotted, popped his head up, got it taken off. Nah, I don't think he would have hit it. He was close.
And this is the thing I kind of really like about that one. Kremp and Beans combining. That wide chow by Kremp meant they took eyes off Beans for a second. The fact he won the gunfights as well. They chowed from so many different angles. Florida just weren't able to get back onto it. Beans on Overwatch again. Vivid, early bomb down. This is the adjustment from Boston, and it is working so far.
The adjustment that Florida Mutineers haven't responded to. So now it's going to have to be a big hit through PD. If you're Brack, well, you need to stay alive, and that is not going to happen because Vivid is walking up the ladders. Not ideal. You got to expect that push to be coming through. Maybe in and around your spawn. He's already looking for those kills over towards PD. Let your team push through and find them. Equal and Fellow, a lot of work to do here.
And well, the sniper's in the kill feed. Fellow alone. And already going to be taken down. It's easy there for Boston. This has certainly been an S&D of 2 sides. Boston have got new tactics in the bag and they are working.
Yeah, I really don't understand. For Brack in that situation, like, okay, you know there's people going to be PD. Yeah, okay, you're looking over towards it, but the rest of your team are the ones who are flanking around that angle. Yeah, okay, you may be able to spot out and do something, but you're the only one that side of the map where B is. You've got to be expecting players in and around. You have no map presence there. Boston can kind of just run amok in this area, and you're not predicting somebody may walk up ladders or even round behind you. Bad call, I want to say. Florida Mutineers floundering just a little bit. 4-3 now. It was 4-0.
Florida, though, this time fast and on to the point. Not planning straight away. They have a little bit of Overwatch. Beans snaking. No sniper for him this round. And Vivid finds 2. He flies in. Oh, my goodness. They wait for him. The cruise missile does nothing, but Florida, again, for another round, have lost the first blood. They've lost the players. Everything is now going against them.
Cruise missile comes in and Vivid just cleans up the pieces. No trophy over towards that side. You don't want to go back to the one that's sitting in the middle of the tennis court because you've got no cover whatsoever. And Vivid's like, thank you very much. You walk into his clutches inside of Orange, and now all of a sudden Bracken Fellow, you've got to pull this one out the fire. The momentum is very much building in Boston's favor. What's the plan here for Fellow? I don't think Boston are going to give him an inch yet.
Brack goes for a wild chow because he's got nothing else he can do. Beans on a 5 streak. Maybe don't give him another cruise missile. Fellow finds the first. 18 seconds left to go. He needs a miracle, and it isn't going to happen. Beans finds his 6 on a streak, and hey, sometimes you've got to count those.
Tough one for Fellow. Just trying to pull something out, trying for the hero play. Feel like you've got to drag the team into it some way, somehow. But Beans with the 6 spring. That's definitely going to help things along. Boston, though, after a really poor start, very much have come to life here. Florida, I don't know what's happened. Honestly, ever since that round where the quick challenge of Beans came through from Vehicle, not pinning it on anything, but it very much felt like they were being overconfident. And since then, they haven't won a round. 4-4.
Here we go. Beans versus Fellow. Again, slow peek from Fellow this time. Beans is already set up. And he just gets away with it. It's COD timing at its finest. Now Beans will have to reach out, and he does. Fellow looks away. The COD timing is all over the place. Brack now under pressure from every single angle. And Boston, again, win the gunfights. They win the positioning. And Capsule is alone, scared, hungry, crying. And he has 3 members of Boston all staring him down.
Sounds like a Sunday morning in the Ton household. Capsule now struggling. You will find Beans. For Vivid and Awakening in these kind of situations. There's no way they surely lose this. Capsule trying to line it up here. Sitting at 5 and 7. Vehicle not going to give him an inch. Sorry, Vivid. Yeah, they're just playing with their food right now. Capsule. He can't even land a bullet. God have mercy. Vivid will take him down. Boston breaches 5 in a row.
And it's the same story as the hard point. Florida, great start. Terrible end. Can they manage to snatch a victory from the jaws of defeat? Boston on the 5 here, and this is where it is. The COD timing that pays out here in the end. Beans looked away. Fellow got in a position. Fellow looks away. Beans gets back in position. It's a nightmare scenario, and there's not a lot you can do about it.
The only thing that's a shame here is we were 1 round away from the potential full sale. Florida Mutineers were 4-0 up here. They've attacked B in numbers. This has been working for Boston, but the problem is you've got a cruise missile coming in. I hope you got a trophy.
I don't think they do. I don't think they do. He's going to try and get up to the top there and get it in, but it's not going to work out, and they have to fly indoors. And there again is Boston. They have the advantage. Beans gives a warning shot across Fellow's bow, but realistically, Florida have not adjusted. Boston made a change in the way they've approached this. And I just don't see anything coming of it now.
The 2 sprees that Boston have had from Beans and Kremp have both worked in the exact same way. On defense, call it in, sit somebody in orange, and just wait for them to fall into your lap. But this is still doable for Florida Mutineers now. Brack has to make a play with his dead silence. Fellow's going to get caught with his pants down now. It's all down to Brack, or it's 6 in a row from Boston.
And here we go. No dead silence. No bomb. No teammates. A sound cue off the ladder. Just can't do anything. Banging. Has to fly in. Down he will fall. And Boston breach. 6 in a row. 2-0 in the series. The Mutineers have found nothing again.
Such a shame. Florida Mutineers started so beautifully. Everything was working in their favor. Big gunfights. Brack couldn't miss them. Couldn't lose them at all. And then something changed. Boston just started, I want to say, maybe getting a little bit more aggressive over towards the B side. Matching what Florida were doing, it was quite often Capsule around the palm tree was just causing so much havoc. And then all of a sudden, Boston make that adjustment. Kremp, I talked about, it was 2-4 at one stage, and 11-5. Huge performance from him. I said the first bloods were coming from Nero's position. Kremp now in that role. 4 to his name. A big game from Boston Breach there to bring that one back around. Florida Mutineers, not a lot to write home off. Honestly, Fellow started beautifully with the sniper. Vico was finding picks. Brack was on fire. Capsule was controlling every area they need to. And all of a sudden, they weren't, because Boston turned it on. It's a 2-0 lead. Close circumstances in both 2 maps. But ultimately, Boston showing their skill at the right times. 2-0 lead for the Boston side.
And this is not what you want. Florida trying to keep their hopes alive. For Boston, they'll be happy to take these 10 points. It's a full 10 points per win. They want it. They don't want to be in that bubble discussion. They do not want to be on that side at all. But how does this series end? We will find out after this break. Do not go anywhere. We continue right after this with more Call of Duty League.
like the pros, play like the pros with the new CDL team packs. We've got it all. Home and away, male and female versions, weapon camos, emblems, and calling cards for your favorite squads. And stay in the loop by signing up for the Call of Duty League newsletter. Keep up with breaking news, event discounts, and more. Scan the QR code on screen for more information.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We are live with Boston Breach versus the Florida Mutineers. Currently, Boston beating down their competition. It's 2-0 in the series, and Florida not having a good time. One of those reasons, though, is our scuff play of the game. It's all about the Beans plays, a wonderful accoutrement to any meal, but this time it's all about the slaying ton.
I had Beans for my dinner, actually. Not just Beans, but Beans was having just snipes against Fellow. The majority of the, well, second half of the Search and Destroy. First half, I mean, Fellow was really dominating, but from then on in, Beans very much the biggest force on the map. What was it in the end? 8 and 5. Very influential for his team, just so hard to challenge. And that's why it's just scuff play of the game, just everything that Beans did.
And that's the key. As we move towards the control, they'll be looking for another performance from him. We were speaking about it in the break, actually, and realistically, what we expect here is outslaying from Boston Breach. For Florida, will they do the outplaying? That is the key.
And just one thing I kind of want to just talk about just a little bit was that you were mentioning that Boston, you know, they have the pieces of that puzzle of the slaying ability. They have everybody in there who's very, very talented. Overall, it's a 1.04 team KD on hotel control this year. Their record is 3-6. So you explain that to me, Brycey, because, I mean, that just tells me a team that are not closing out games. Yeah, the slaying ability may be there, but how many times have you been dropped 3-4 in a row, and then all of a sudden you've lost B, and now you're scrambling somehow to try and win the round? There's so many different moments that could maybe add up to those numbers. The slaying is there. The, I want to say ice isn't, but it has been over the last 2 maps. You were behind in map number 1, you came back. You were way behind in map number 2, you came back. Can you find that clutch ability in game number 3 and close it out nice and quickly? That's the answer or the question. Let's see how this one's going to go down.
Oh, Awakening and Beans combining again. You're see Kremp moving forward up to Fellow. And right now, realistically, Florida are going to have to try and figure out map positioning. Where do we go? What do we do? How do we get somewhere into this map? It might be just go towards A and get a little bit of time on the board. Still options available for them, though.
You can see for Florida, initially, the easiest time to push over towards B is, well, straight away. No trophies down. Not many people there. Couldn't find the break, though, and Beans will now take up refuge inside a bedroom. Fight's ongoing, though, and Awakening deals with 2 all on his own. Bracken Vico trying to find the easy way out over towards A. Awakening will shut him down. Florida Mutineers now spawn over towards the B side. Will be tempted by this as they find Beans inside a bedroom.
This is the key. Florida going to try and make a move. A couple of key gunfights. They could get straight onto it. And this is the issue they've had before. Awakening now watching the cross, but the B stack is in. 2 players sitting pretty on there. They've got control all the way through single. And now they're going to watch for it on the flank, though. And Vivid just walks in and guns 2 of them. And realistically, Florida wanted a little bit more there, but they have found very, very little.
Yeah, Florida got control of the B site and kind of run with it there. Don't leave anyone in bedroom. You get punished for it. Still numbers here, though. Just about getting the job done. His fellow is able to find one, but now the spawn in for Florida Mutineers over towards B side. You gotta go to that site. You don't have time to get over towards A. It's a 5 spree from Awakening. May well go the rest of the round without dying here, but Cap still leaping from up top will find it. Another chance for Florida, 7 seconds.
And every team pulling off the flashy plays as they try to hold each other at bay. The second tick now for Florida coming through. Reinforcements are too far away. They may have to just go to A here and allow Brack realistically to get in this time. You're being slow, Florida. You've got to be a little bit faster. Fortunately, Fellow and Vico are combining. They've got a few kills and staying alive as Fellow has gone huge for the team. But he's got to get to the point. Nobody's here. Vico against Beans. It's a showdown of the rookies. And he's not going to get it. It's going to fail at the last second. And Boston Breach will hold them off. Only 2 ticks for Florida.
The crucial thing for me that I've seen there, Vico wins a gunfight over towards the mid-map. And he's like, do I go A? And he turned over towards B. It's such a... Hindsight's a wonderful thing in this scenario. Beans does so well to find 2 kills to, well, pretty much put the nail in the coffin of that round. But the fact that he goes over to B to help the teammates, you're thinking, yeah, okay, secure B, secure B. It makes things much easier. But if he goes over towards A, it is that insurance that Florida Mutineers have. If they don't manage to find B, which they didn't, The insurance plan is very much not there. Vehicle dies alongside of them. Boston Breach hold their defenses, and bearing in mind, as you said, 2 ticks Florida Mutineers, not good enough on attack of hotel control.
Don't worry though, Brack and Fellow managed to get the kills. Brack is his second one as well. Only Kremp left alive in a position anywhere onto this map. They go back to the respawn, off to the races. The kitchen spawn means they should be able to get into A first.
Can they get through? Boston taking their time. Well played from Beans. Shooting very much a thin air there as the rest of Boston Breach will now converge over towards A. There was only one player who could really do much about it. That was Fellow. He's dead. But Boston Breach here, though, you get a hold of A. A minor win, I suppose. Although attack and defense, whatever side you prefer, it has kind of flip-flopped as the eras went on. Definitely stronger on the attack as things have progressed. Both these two teams, though, differentiating. It is offense where Florida Mutineers have most of their luck. Defense for Boston. So maybe they prefer the defense. It's looking like they may well get it based off what we've seen in the first 2 rounds. Second tick will be coming on through. Plenty of time yet to go here in this control. Peacock going to go for the challenge over towards it. Wins the gunfight. Wins their second as well. Are you kidding?
I was about to say, are they really going to reach out this? And they are. Beagle managed to find it as well. And now they're flying. Boston looking for this Vivid. No, he's got that one as well. Should be an easy kill on a Fellow when he gets it. One person onto A. The rest of the team will now go towards B and try to work it. They're getting it. The Fecal falls here in the disaster, but he's not going to. Wins a crucial gunfight against Vivid.
Yeah, now he can lock down reception all of his own. Finds 2 over towards A to make Boston have to linger. Wastes a little bit of time. Now all the way from reception. Finds himself pushing out over back towards restaurant. Brack with control over towards the bedroom side. Those kills have been traded. Boston Breach still fighting for this bedroom control alongside Florida. Fellows in there right now. Gunfights here are crucial, but Kremp from behind is going to be the catalyst for Boston. He's just going to go with the rest of his teammates down. He wants to attract some attention from Florida Mutineers over towards him as quick as he can.
Yeah, they are looking for these players they know are going to be there as well. He's figured out where Capsidor is for Florida. Trying to get on that flank, trying to get in position, because you know this push is coming through. The next gunfights are crucial. Awakening is finding, but Capsidor finds Vivid. They're just going to fight alive, and it's Capsidor with the big plays. He keeps Bedroom alive. He means that Boston Breach cannot get into this point happily as he continues his reign of terror down in lights. A 5 streak now for Capsidor. And Vivid, another slow peek, another look here for him as well, but eventually finds him.
He's done so well. Finds 5. But now Florida Mutineers, you do not have much bedroom control. That kill on the mid-map from Fellow, though, may well give you it. It's going to have to be a stack here from Boston Breach, though. They've been offered the opportunity. Vivid from the couches is going to get gunned by Fellow. Brack will find 2. That might be the round.
Beans and Awakening both going on Overwatch, but finding nothing. Capsule shuts down lights as well. That'll be the last push, realistically. There's nobody in a position to do anything. V4 finds Vivid. And for Beans and Awakening, unless they've got some sort of jetpack, they're just not going to make this point, surely.
They can maybe get there, but it's about clearing all your corners. Beans will find another. I don't think he's leaping out of top bedroom for this one. Florida Mutineers on the back of some huge plays from Capsidor will get this one locked down. It was looking like for a second, you know, when Kremp found those kills behind, he's constantly an issue that Florida Mutineers have to think about, but can't really do much about because you need to lock in that bedroom control. Capsidor does it to perfection. Didn't quite get to see the gunfight where he found 2 on his own over towards the elevator, but that does make a huge difference. Then from that onwards, like, Kremp's mostly useless in that scenario. He's like, okay, well, I'm sitting here waiting for you guys to try and find a breakthrough. They don't find it. Crucial thing is, though, Boston Breach did manage to get themselves a couple more ticks there. Just will be in the better position. Yeah, just the one. Heading into round number 3.
Making a play already, but Awakening is waiting. And they actually split up their ARs this time. They've got Beans overwatching here. They're going through the caps, and oh, he's not going to get it. He gets called out, gets found as well. And this is happening again from Florida. They are struggling to get map control and mix it up towards them. They may have to just go A.
You got to kind of know when to... I was about to say, bite your tongue. I suppose that is the way to go with it, isn't it? It's just cut your losses. Head over towards A. The Boston Breach are ready for this. Look at the pinch being set up. I think if Florida knew there was only one player over towards that B side, then they'd probably be making moves. But Kremp gets a little bit of time in. He was going to be able to find the second as well. And Capsidor can find one over towards B, though, but it may well be a crucial one. Beans is taking down Florida Mutineers. That carrot over towards B has been dangled. They've taken the bait. Here we go.
They're trying to get back onto it as well. Kremp, though, doing his work. Three streak up top. We'll now peek this site carefully, trying to find out where this player is going to be. Behind block will be Fellow. And they're giving it away. Vivid just comes streaming in as well, though. Finds two. Capsule Fellow still alive. And actually, Vivid finds a third. Dies to Vehicle, but that has broken the back of this push. And now Awakening is just trying to get him, but cannot thread the needle past him eventually. Boston clear ranks, and for Florida, you would have thought they might have had a little bit more out of that.
But they've learned from their mistakes here, though. They haven't continuously pushed over towards B. Although they were getting the spawn in that previous attacking round, this time they get the spawn over towards A. Might as well just get a hold of this round, boys. Vehicle will find the gunfight. That should be A now gone. Over towards Florida, you can see Boston overextending. Fellow was ready for that from Awakening as well, so that's a big kill on the other side of the map. Fellow finds a little bit of positioning for Florida Mutineers over towards that one remaining site. A is locked in. You got one ticket B. Doable here for Florida.
Brack against Beans, but that nade is going to hurt him, and he's going to go down as well. Beans for the second on the Vehicle. And this is what we talk about with the slaying. Boston, on their best day, can gun anyone. The Florida Mutineers is about playing it against that, because even with it, Boston Breach actually have a negative record on this, but a positive KD.
Having to hold down from the back now if you're Awakening. That's bedroom control for Florida, but they just flew it, everything without clearing out the back bar. Awakening. Fish in a barrel springs to mind. A couple of kills falling Boston's way. Team damage coming in. Kremp buff. 1 and 2. The second looks ludicrous on the minimap. And now they can force their way out. Florida got control of bedroom, and it felt like they just pressed the go button immediately. Take your side. Pick them apart from that. Things got a little bit overzealous, and now they paid the price. Boston, complete control over towards the bedroom side.
We see it again, Awakening. Viv is actually hiding, waiting for these players to come through as well. Kremp has positioning. It's a difficult fight every single way for Florida Mutineers, and you can tell it because they aren't getting anything in the kill feed realistically. A big kill from Vehicle kind of narrows this field just a little bit. Beans will be sitting in towards Sofa. He's the only player from Boston out here, and Fellow will take him down.
Gets caught out all of a sudden. Backs against the wall for Boston Breach again. Florida, you don't have time to pick them apart, as I said the previous time. This time you have to be quick. Vivid's going to find one in the middle of the map. He will get traded out. Here comes the push though. Kremp has been huge for the team. Can't be big there. It's now down to Beans. 1v1 on the point. Florida Mutineers have no lives remaining. Fellow needs to stay alive.
He's trying to fight every single fight he can as well. Beans snaps on the Vehicle, and Fellow will go down. That is outrageous snap from Beans in the end. But Florida had the opportunity. They had the gunfights. But for some reason, Boston seemed to love being on that back foot. And the pressure is applied towards them. Those ARs, they sit up straight. They lean forward, full-on gamer mode. And there's just a hurricane of fire flying at them.
As I said, that time around, Florida didn't have the time to have to pick them apart from that angle. Find the shots to allow your players to then find that push through. Allow your SMGs to get in their face with a little bit of cover. It was the previous time. They found a couple of kills at bedroom. You got that control. That's the hard part done. You never really seen anyone get irons up from top bedroom side and then go from there and try to pick off Awakening. It was just, oh, well, let's just head first at him and see if we can run at him and just hopefully scare him off. But no, that is not going to happen. Now all of a sudden, Boston seem to have the wind beneath their sails, pushing in over towards the B side. Brack will find 2 crucial kills. It will slow down Boston's initial push, which they will be beaten off completely from. And now it's going to have to be over towards A for Boston Breach, or is it?
They're committing towards it. Vivid already finds that first on the Fellow. Kremp keeping up the pressure on the other side of the map, though. We'll see who's going to commit towards it as well. With Beans getting that kill, Florida might not go anywhere near A again. And Boston have a decision to make. I think they're doing the standard here, which is leave one player on A. Beans will be sitting pretty and doing nothing. The rest of them going to be flying towards B, and Vehicle falls as well. Vivid has just ripped them apart. And he's still going. Brack will get a kill, but that second tick is B is ticking through, and it might even be a Florida Mutineers holding A.
Yeah, Florida might have to choke this one up. You're not going to get there in time. Be secured. That's tough. Florida kind of took the bait, as you said. It was just a flurry of players up from Boston. Headed there very, very quickly. Braxton well to find one. Can't find a second. The vice is tightening. It's all about Vehicle here. Staying alive inside the kitchen, but they smell a rat. He's got the new skin on. Who knows? There you go. Beans finds the nade. It's Boston's opportunity here now.
They're waiting for Beans. As usual, slow,
Big
steady.
kill.
But that might all be needed. Brack is going to chow here. He's going to go for the lamp jump as well. They're waiting. They're stacking. Florida, here they come. And Vico is going to fall first. Brack's going to go down as well. It's a wipe. Only one player left. As the rest of them stack the point here. Is Fellow the hero they need? No, it is done. It is over. It is committed to memory. Boston Breach sweep the Florida Mutineers. There'll be no joy for them, but 10 points Boston sorely wanted. It's all he needed for Boston Breach. Just making that gap that little bit bigger. A huge win for the Boston franchise. 3-0 against Florida Mutineers. We thought it would maybe be a little bit closer. Maps 1 and 2 were, but 3 very much one-sided. Boston very solid in that one, and honestly really good. I want to say, you know, they were really resolute throughout the series. Maps 1 and 2, you were in really difficult positions. Champs still on the line for Boston, and you come back in those games. Really good ice from the Boston side to get those 2 maps, and then map number 3, well, we don't need to talk about too much. It was pretty dominant. They get the job done. Beans was monumental, as was Awakening. The ARs still continue their good form, and it is a scorecard that looks very nice if you're a Boston fan. 252, 3-2, 6-4, 3-1. Job done. It really isn't. For Florida, you were close, but close is not good enough at this point in the season. You have to get those 10 points to even join the conversation about the bubble. Technically, mathematically, Florida still alive, but dead for many people in our expectations. Boston still flying high, though, and getting the 10 points they needed. It's over to our desk to break this one down.
Are they still in the running? I don't think it really matters. All I know is we're going to see Florida back in Toronto. Thank you, gentlemen. Looking forward to seeing what the squad can do on land once again. Do you have a little bit of pressure off of your back if you're Boston Breach now? You're up to 180 points. You got a 20-point buffer over 8th seed.
Definitely, but mostly because this was a win that was expected out of the Boston Breach, considering the lineup and the way that Florida Mutineers have been looking, but definitely feeling more comfortable.
Let's take a look here at some of the highlights from this game. Nameless York calling out Beans, saying he's having a great series. What do you see from the AR?
Yeah, you know, with Beans at times, like, he's the guy who can go out there and get a lot of kills, but he falls into ruts as well. But throughout these last 2 series, and especially in this one, when he's been called upon to make the big play, he's done it. In the Search and Destroy, after the first few rounds, settling in with that sniper, he then dominated the sniper duel the rest of that game. Also, in this game, in this control, the very first round, he picks up a massive 2-piece, the last one alive on plat. If it's not for that, they potentially lose that round. As they lose B, it's going to be very tough to bounce back, which then leads the momentum to close out the series. But with Beans throughout this entire time, the guy is doing exactly what he needs to do. I've seen him on the rotations. First set of rotations, a little bit tough for the Boston Breach, but as they set into that HyDra, they look so much cleaner. So this is a Boston team that I think has improved so much, bringing Vivid back into the lineup. Like we talked about, Chris, it's not always in the stats. It's in the teammate stats, and the ARs played great throughout this series. There's a reason why.
Vivid also dropping some big numbers in that game 3 as it comes to a sweep. But Allie, if you're looking at games 1 and 2, 2-round difference in Search and Destroy that went back and forth. And that hard point, Florida looked like a different team in the second half. They looked like they were going to steal that win from Boston.
No, I completely agree with you. Maps 1 and 2 are probably a lot closer than Boston Breach would have preferred to. I think on that HyDra, Boston just kind of got behind in that first set of rotations. And they were relying heavily on those breaks. And then the AR started stepping it up near the later half, and that's why they were able to clutch it up. And when it comes to Embassy Search and Destroy, it's like how I touched on earlier. They go down 4-0 to the Florida Mutineers, and they just weren't trying to get that bomb down. Again, with the 10th worst team when it comes to attacking. And what did they do? Beans pull out the sniper. He starts catching that big opening duel win like Ant touched on, and they start getting the bomb down as soon as possible, and they make that 6th round in a row run.
You can't allow that if you're a Mutineers fan. Mutineers basically out for champs. We'll be playing for a piece of the 500,000 though in 2 weeks as we head to Toronto. Let's take a look at our scuff play of the game. This one coming from the UK lad, the Baked Beans, frying everybody. Let's take a look at this one, Allie.
Yeah, I mean, again, it was just the sniper duel. He was hitting every single shot that he needed to hit. I remember looking up and seeing the pick. I mean, pixelated.
There's one up top here. Yeah, the guy just opens the door, bang, he's dead. Dude, when Beans gets going,
I don't think that's the sound the sniper makes, I'm gonna be honest.
Hey, we've seen the best sniper kills on this map. Dashy's quick scope to Beans taking over, even Fellow earlier in this game. Great map for snipers recently.
We got Beans joining us live to talk about all those oopsies on the show. How we feeling, Beans? Talk to me about the sniper in the second half of that search and destroy, because you took over, my friend.
Yeah, feeling good. I think Fellow had me in the first half, so I said to the boys, I got to kick up here. Let me start counter sniping this guy, and then got him a few times there, and we just started playing into our own hands. I think we were a little bit naive at first, the first few rounds, and then we just said that, let's just do our own strats, let's do it, and then worked out.
We've seen some of the teams in the league totally just play away from the sniper rifle. It's not in their repertoire. Since you joined this Breach lineup, we've seen it quite a bit. Who else do you think can compete with you at the tier 1 of snipers?
Great question. I think Dashy's up there. He's a pretty good sniper. When I played in S&D this year, it's been a good battle. I mean, you know what? A hidden one's actually Exceed. He's actually not bad with it. Ooh. He pulls it out in the weirdest places, but he's not bad either.
We learn something new every single day. Beans, congratulations. This is definitely one of the most dominant series we've seen out of you specifically as a player. I wanted to ask you, what is kind of Boston Breach dynamic right now? Because first you were a respawn team, then you kind of started leading into search and destroy. Now that Vivid's kind of back into the mix, what do you guys feel is your strongest mode?
I don't know. As of late, I'd probably say hardpoint when it comes to practice and stuff. Obviously, in Major 4, we were terrible at hardpoint. We were the worst team of the game. I don't know what was going on. The team just wasn't gelling well, I think, when it comes to respawn. But now, obviously, hardpoint's looking a lot better. A bit shaky map 1. I mean, I've been adopting the Hill Kitty role in practice this last couple of weeks. But for some reason, I've opened the scoreboard at the end there. And I've got 15 seconds. So, no, I don't know what happened there. But we got the map. We played whatever, But yeah, I think we got a lot better.
Beans, congratulations on the win. I wanted to ask you, we all saw it listening back at the event where you guys are going crazy and you were screaming, and it's been something that the community's been talking about with Boston's communication. Has that been something that you guys have focused on, and have you adjusted your in-game comms at all?
I think our communication was more down to in-game leading and direction of what we want to do, more than the micro small call-outs or flooding comms. It wasn't really about that. If the guys ever said anything to me calm your comms or stop shouting or whatever, then obviously I'd be right away doing it. But it just helps with the momentum, helps with the team spirit. And I think Reese coming back in has just been really good for the comms overall.
Perfect so far in qualifier Major 5. We can't wait to see you in Toronto. Beans, thank you for joining the show tonight.
Appreciate it, guys.
Boston Breach 2-0. Didn't see that one coming, but they're looking clean so far, and they are going to have a uphill sled moving forward. But we got to talk about these bundles that are up for grabs. Have you heard about the Shinobi Tracer Pack? And look at all these goodies.
I mean, this is fire. Look at that. You got the blue one, the Tracer Packs. I mean, put it on the Basna for me.
Ali, read it for me. Read it.
Basna already gets enough. The stealth is always an option with the Shinobi Tracer Pack.
True.
It includes 2 Tracer blueprints and a shadowy operation skin for Chewie.
It's available. It's in the game. Get it right now. We're going
Shinobi, baby.
Back final battle of the night, and it features Clayster. You don't want to miss it. FaZe and the little guys take on the tall old man. Atlanta, Vegas. After this.
CDL Championship Weekend will be live and in person June 15th to 18th in Las Vegas at the Thomas & Mack Center, UNLV. You don't want to miss this bigger-than-life weekend, and we're almost sold out, so don't wait. Scan the QR code and get your tickets today.
100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that rate. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say. I got Gucci on my belt, but my pants sag. Wouldn't be surprised if my biggest hater made a fan page. You taking orders from your boss, you man-made. Grown ass getting touched up by the handshake. Don't think you hear me right, let me clear my throat. 100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that rate. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say.
Percent of the community has faith in our #1 seed as Atlanta FaZe takes on Las Vegas Legion. Now the Legion, they're the hungry dog in this fight, though. You need to catch up with Minnesota Røkkr, who is 2 games in front of you in 8th place. Your next matchup is against Minnesota, so this is setting the table for you, but you're going up against a squad that always finishes in the top 3 at events. Online, though, they've shown us kind of 2 different faces. Owie, they just came off a 3-0 smoking by OpTic.
I will say, though, that when it comes to the Atlanta FaZe, they are expected to beat every single team except OpTic Texas. So when it comes to the Monster Energy pregame, to be honest, I'm looking at the ARs in the series. Slasher and Cellium always go off when it comes to the head-to-head versus Vegas Legion. And secure your steps on Hotel Hardpoint. Overall, Hardpoint has been a struggle for the Atlanta FaZe. But one thing you don't want to hear if you're the enemy team is that Atlanta FaZe has been slowly climbing up the statistical ladder of rotation and fundamentals when it comes to that mode. So Atlanta FaZe slowly getting better as the season goes on.
They're the top dog in this fight, but nameless, we have a fan favorite on the other side of this series. Las Vegas Legion making noise at the end of the season. They dropped the ball, though, at Major 4, bombed out in the 9th through 12th, and that puts them in this desperation mode.
Yeah, listen, the Monster Energy pregame, TJ needs to be the difference maker in S&D. He's been one of the best players all year in that game mode. He has a .57 against ATL this year, and then also keep up the momentum on LSELO Control. Everybody knows Control is the difference maker as well for Vegas Legion. They've been terrible at it all year long, but throughout the stage, they have been winning it in their first 2 matchups, so that is massively important. I want to stress another point here.
Yes.
Atlanta FaZe is 10-0 against Legion all time. 10-0, all right? So this is going to be a tall mountain to climb, although I do feel like Vegas has been getting a lot better recently, and when you look at these maps and modes, they actually fare very well. We're talking about Hotel Hardpoint and Fortress Hardpoint. These are 2 maps that Atlanta FaZe have not been great at, especially recently.
And you know what? To that point, I don't think there's no better time of Vegas Legion to go up against Atlanta FaZe. They're playing up to their competition. They're taking a team like OpTic Texas, who 3-0 smoked Atlanta FaZe to game 5. So if there's any chance for Vegas Legion to beat Atlanta FaZe, it is going to be in this matchup.
It's right now.
Match is ready. Let's send it over to the boys who will take us the distance to a game 5 promised land. Lando and Study.
We're going to do our best, Chris. We're going to do our best to give really what this series deserves, buddy. Atlanta FaZe taking on the Las Vegas Legion. Many people had circled this game for such a long time. And currently, man, the stakes are at an all-time high. Vegas Legion trying to make the miracle run to get into champs and do something, buddy, along the way that they have never done in franchise history. Beat the Atlanta FaZe organization. 10 battles and 10 losses. Can today be the day for Legion?
Today's probably going to be the day because you heard Ali just touch on it. Atlanta FaZe, as of recent, they haven't been looking the best. You get a clean 3-0 versus LAG, but versus OpTic Texas, they got steamrolled. So if you're Atlanta FaZe, you got to come out here and try to make a statement. And Vegas Legion, they always play up to their competition. This is going to be such an intense match because we know Vegas Legion have everything on the line. They're currently sitting at 140 points, 20 points behind Minnesota for that A spot. And with Boston Breach just getting their victory that they just had last series, they're at 180 now. So it's still a race between them and Minnesota. You get this win, your next matchup is versus the Røkkr, and it all comes down to this one, though. You need to build this momentum versus a team like Atlanta.
Yeah, you absolutely do. It is going to be a blast to watch this one as TJ and Timp start things off quite nicely over at P1. But Jay, so many storylines, but there is none greater than really Clay versus the old squad. He's got Simp and aBeZy, called the dad of this relationship. He has been on fire as of late. The 31-year-old kid, he put up another all-star performance versus Atlanta.
Oh yeah, he's been outstanding, especially in this stage. 1.15 overall KD, has a 1.16 in HP and a 1.35 in control. So old man Jim, you keep playing like that, you're gonna have yourself a nice little wonderful stage. But into the game one we go. 32 seconds go in favor of the Vegas Legion. They actually were the team that spawned on the bad side. So the fact that you get 32 seconds and you were able to flip those spawns towards P2, this is where the game could already start getting out of hand.
This is excellent. Excellent work already off the rip from Vegas. You see TJ on the spree. He's currently locking down the time. That is a very welcome sight if you're a Vegas fan. Oftentimes called the X Factor, and for good reason. 4-1. Can he make it 5? The crossfire is in. Vegas continue to hold the line.
And that's 20 seconds down. They find all 4 kills in the feed. Clayster and Temp already taking over with those ARs, holding down the power positions, throwing a couple of snakes here and there, but forcing Atlanta FaZe to set up the proper break. They all come off respawn. They apply the pressure through Shandy. They're able to find 3 kills. The break is in, but for how long? Because there's only 20 seconds left. You have to start thinking about that rotation, and it's going to be Clayster, the vet, already at the kitchen.
Yeah, Clay's already gone for the rotation. Meanwhile, for Legion, they're trying to break out their spawn and maybe go for the time. So 10 seconds is what you're going to earn based off of the scrap, but the battles are going down inside of New. To P3 we go, and it's currently a 3 versus 3 on the objective. It's Legion who are here first. And as you said, buddy, based off of the veteran-like plays coming in from Clay, he eventually falls, and now the pressure falls on the Simp. He drops 2. It's 3 down early plays being made from Vegas.
And now it's all up to aBeZy. At least he stays alive to this position to allow his teammates to get a couple close spawns towards back plat. That's 20 uncontested seconds so far going in favor of Vegas Legion. Every single player is in towards point, at least close. So they're ready for all trade scenarios, but who needs a trade when you got a TJ? He's able to find 2. Unfortunately, the game ends. But damn, Vegas Legion, they were coming out swinging. What just happened?
I'm not exactly sure. I know for a moment, I think it was aBeZy who was smiling. There was a few stutters. I wasn't for sure if that was just on RNJ, but I guess is what the players were experiencing. That has got to mess with the mental a bit if you are the Legion, right? You saw Clay frustrated. Yeah. Considering the way that they started, it does not get much better than that. You have to consider, though, Vegas Legion, maybe the start comes because of the connection issues that we were seeing there for a moment. So you have to take 2 things into account here, but regardless, it's got to be frustrating for both sides.
Oh yeah, without question. It's definitely a lot more frustrating for Vegas Legion than Atlanta FaZe. Atlanta FaZe is sitting there like, thank God we hit the reset. I don't know what our start off was, but it wasn't the best. So at least we get a chance to make up for it. On the opposite side for Vegas Legion, you came out swinging, man. You came out swinging, and unfortunately, some situations that are out of your hands, you're not forced to hit the reset. And I don't know if this rule still applies, but as a former pro player, when you got into a map number 1 and you were dominating, and then unfortunately a reset had to happen, that's usually not the second case when you slow back up into the map. So hopefully Vegas Legion are not too worried about this reset. They keep that same exact momentum like they did in that early start off.
Yeah, and I believe I'm being told that we actually are going to be thrown into a commercial break. So, folks, we do apologize for the brief, pause that we're going to have to put on this series off the rip. We want to make sure that all players are ready to go. We got 3 minutes before we see you back. Make sure and stay tuned. We'll be back on your browsers in just a moment.
that corner, get cozy. Here comes one, here comes a second! Afro guns them both!
He was just fine contact, and he may have hurt RCD's here. First kill is good. Cap's not quite able to get away from Joe. Could he pull off a 1v3 on the other side? Pops the door open. No nades to play with, just has to do this the hard way. Brack gets the stun off. Joe still trying to lurk forward, gets hit in the face by a nade, but oh wait, it bounced back to Fellow! Oh, what in the world just happened? Joe just headbutt the nade back to Fellow's direction, and then pops up and wins the kill?
Vegas Legion, not like this.
Temp trying to do something, and he finds such an important kill on the Dashy, but his teammates aren't as close as he would like. Finds Huke as well. And now waits for them to come through, and Shotzzy sprints into it.
Oh my God!
Just taken over! 32 and 20. A 4 streak for him as well.
He does though, tries to work through mid-map. Envoy expected, it doesn't make a difference. Scrapz also wins a pistol gunfight on the other side of the map, so we get...
You've been able to find another weapon, that's gotta be the question. Gets in an immediate gunfight versus Drazah, and that's just no fun.
With the post-plant situation, topside office, insight drops. Oh, but the shots clean from Drazah, doesn't miss a bullet.
3v3. Afro still has that dead taunt, so he has the ability to maneuver. He might have found the timing. He's able to find two, goes for the snap off the Scrap, but he's able to stay alive for now. 1v2 left up to Scrapz.
The Pro is no joke. 1v2 situation, no Afro! Guns him to beds!
He might have played this beautifully.
Oh, I love it. He's gonna plant himself in that corner, get cozy. Here comes one, here comes a second! Afro guns them both! What a round!
Quickly, New York voluntarily giving away a lot of space. The problem is Standy is once again going to surprise. He's going to take down all 3 backside hedges. Beautiful read for Standy, now on for the potential ace. Sneaks underneath the sight of Skyz and will take down all 4. What a responsive 2 rounds for Vegas to get us knotted up.
Alrighty, friends, welcome back. We are just about to hop into game 1 of this series. Had to hit the quick rewind. Vegas started off great, experienced some connection problems. However, we are back into it. Map 1, Hotel HP. We've already broken down the stories, the excitement, the vigor behind both these teams facing off against each other. But Jay, we have to bring up another story, right? The fact that this series basically gets quickly restarted has got to test the mental of Vegas, because they just started off nearly perfect through our first 2.5 hard points.
Yeah, they were almost up 100 points. They almost had a streak as well to work with. That's the best possible start for a team on Hotel Hardpoint, especially when you don't spawn on the preferred spawns towards P2. They were able to get 35 seconds on P1, get it towards P2, and then by the time they got the kitchen, Atlanta FaZe only had 20 points. Vegas on the brink of breaking that 100-point mark. So it's got to be Vegas Legion completely forgetting about it. And I know it's a very difficult thing to do when you're the team that desperately needs to win, but you got to shake it off. You got to try to have the same exact break off, but you can already see the adjustment from Atlanta FaZe. We're not going to use our guns. We got the frags to get the opening kills.
Yeah, I mean, off the rip, it was TJ who managed to make his way through VAR. You instantly saw aBeZy. Be prepared, be ready for that engagement, but based off the start, it is Vegas still able to walk away with the early seconds. They spawn in the more preferred side for P1, but that quickly begins to change as the game will progress. Now in the final 25 seconds, FaZe finally able to get a point on the board, already looking better than they did the first time around.
Yeah, now with only 20 seconds left, you can soak up all this time if you are Atlanta FaZe. You just have to find a break in towards P2. As trades go back and forth, Simp and aBeZy combine for 2, Cell with the third. They find all those kills, and this is where you are the aggressors. They know there's only one player on this side of the map for Vegas Legion. They're super aggressive on towards Clay. You just have to take down this player, but by the time you get here, his team is already here. The rest of Vegas Legion is ready to attack. They're trying to hold down the hill.
Oh, Clay wins a big one, able to stay alive for the moment. However, FaZe, they have the numbers, and they eventually are able to coordinate for a full-on break. Still contesting and still fighting. Clay right off of respawn, ends up finding not a double, but a triple. Legion run right back on, making the lobby once more theirs.
Yeah, it didn't even matter with Atlanta FaZe hitting that reset. One thing that they struggle with on this map is simply their holds. They are dead last in hold percentage, and that's crazy to say, because when you think you have a roster full of that many talented players, your setups have to be a lot better. But that's not the case so far. They're able to find a couple kills though, break back into the P2, and now with Vegas Legion, even though they're getting this final 15 seconds, it's going to be Atlanta FaZe early off the rotation to try to set up properly over towards kitchen.
We'll see how the FaZe hold looks to be set up. As we said, 3 players currently early on in the kitchen. Cellium not too far behind. May even try to set up a bit of a crossfire, catch a few players off the spawn. We'll have to see what the push elects to be. All eyes on to FaZe. How can they lock this up? More specifically, how can Vegas begin to make their plan of attack? 3 players strong in the back, and how about those team shots? Excellent coordination coming in from the trio. And Standing is doing his job at the restaurant, and full-on collapse it would appear as 2 players remain alive. Legion with the early break.
That was so calculated right there to Vegas to send 3 players to the back. You solo out Slasher. TJ was a huge one-on-one versus Simp. Eventually able to flip those spawns, but for how long though can you hold on to this hill? Because Atlanta FaZe right from the front, they're just jumping right back on in. Cellium and Simp combined for a couple, and this final 20 is looking like it's gonna go to the FaZe boys. But off the rotation, a huge gunfight between TJ and aBeZy. aBeZy has to now back down as Simp finds a couple kills across the map. But now with aBeZy, the only player here, he's going to wait for his teammates to now come off spawn towards bedroom. It's going to be Vegas Legion winning a rotation over towards double desk.
If you're a FaZe fan, I mean, that last hard point is a welcoming sight. Obviously not off the start, but the way that they were able to translate a rebreak right back inside of the hard point, it is good stuff. But into the next rotation we go. A teammate actually does fly in, so Atlanta a bit staggered coming into this early breaking opportunity. Standing, one of the first line of defense, he ends up dropping. Games continue to be the story so far of the bar. This time it does favor Atlanta. Clay trying to lock things down, ends up piecing the other veteran on the other side. Slasher before dropping himself. Atlanta looking so dominant to the front side.
And you can already see on your mini-map, Temp is thinking about that rotation. He wants to potentially set up a pinch to allow his teammates to get the remaining time over towards double desk. He finds a couple kills. The rest of his teammates find the break. But now do they read the spawn of Simp? He actually gets a nice close spawn towards back spa. Final 10 is going to go back in favor of Atlanta FaZe. And off the rotation, it's a couple plays already here for Atlanta FaZe. aBeZy going to be the first line of defense. Going to put himself right on top of the flat screen. I don't know how it's able to hold him up, but eventually he does get cut down. Atlanta FaZe are in early.
Yeah, this hotel is full of secrets. It also goes the same way inside of the kitchen, but maybe learning a new spot indeed. Expect to see that one on ranked if you have not already. That play, along with some other ones, clutch plays regardless, coming in from Atlanta. Simp, without question, a player to look out for. I believe he eats a nade. Has to pay for it, but displaying some early aggression. Currently, so far throughout this qualifier, at a .83. Without question, the player to watch. As Simp gonna have some great teammate support. 25 seconds left to go, and now it's abe's turn to turn up.
Oh, this has been a nasty, nasty hard one from Atlanta FaZe. Every single time I think Vegas Legion have an opportunity to get in, it's one of the SMGs on the side of Atlanta finding a two-piece to secure the remaining time. So that's going to be a full 60 hold from Atlanta FaZe, currently up by 50 points. All of Vegas Legion cut their losses. They're going to set up properly around this top flat hill, but aBeZy going to be the first player. He does get cut down, so the rest of his teammates trying to flip those spawns, trying to block that kitchen side.
Yep, Atlanta FaZe up early, but still one more hard point in the first set of rotations. And currently, oh my God, wonderful shots coming in there from Don. Able to put away, I believe that was Cellium in that fight. And in the process, he's getting his team slowly but surely right back in this game. If they hold every single second, we're at a tie ball game moving in to the second side. But Atlanta with another crucial break, Jay. It just feels like every single time the Vegas have a moment, have a glimmer of hope inside of the hard point. FaZe just not effortlessly, but great work together, have been able to make Legion struggle for almost every single rotation.
Yeah, Vegas Legion just had to set up properly around kitchen, because that's where Atlanta FaZe applied the pressure from. A couple players lost their gunfights, and then when you lose those gunfights, you're now going to spawn all the way towards double deaths. So Atlanta FaZe doing the fundamental things correct, slowing down the game when the time is needed. And now that's what you see them have. Currently a 73-point lead going into the second half of these rotations.
Yep, down early, but in the more preferred positioning throughout the next two hard points. We'll see what they can do, what they can muster up. Let's step aside and go to the comms for the Vegas Legion.
Top cat and Ivy. Top cat and Ivy. P1 he went main. He went single. He went single. Calm down. Dash got to that. He went single.
Dub flash. Dub. We gotta work time.
He's still up on me.
Double spawn cat.
Con.
Double absolute right corner.
One shot con. Dead. Alright, we're still missing off the dub.
Cat. So yo, 3 in hill, 1 single, 1 lane on left side, hot tub. P1 dash can hot tub. We gotta get new spawns, guys. I needed dub. He was dub. Have a trophy dub. They're gonna already be there. 2 are gonna spawn out. I'm looking back cross. Count this guy. Watch out. Tim Cellium, I'm missing 8 and slasher.
Yeah, I'm coming. Watching right there. Lane down hole.
He's P2 stairs. He's P2 stairs.
Tony left. He's chandelier.
Dude, Abe's on the chandelier.
I'm helping you, chandelier.
He's pushing me, Shandy. He's close.
Chandelier dead.
Let's go. Look over your P2 stairs.
I'm stunning in.
Luggage, one shot. Luggage weak as fuck.
Back on me.
P2 stairs, luggage.
Them single up the.
One in single shot.
Luggage weak.
Single.
P2 stairs weak.
Single, one shot. He's red door. He's going single.
One is hold, 2 in hill.
P4.
One is hold, 2 in hill, guys.
He's D1. He pushed down single.
Oftentimes in the comms, Jay, we're of course listening to how the players are communicating, but I was really looking at the body language. It just felt like that last push, which had so much into it for both sides, just didn't look the greatest from Clay. He looks quite frustrated right now.
Oh yeah, you can only imagine how frustrated he can be. The reset comes in, and now you find yourself down by 70 points, potentially losing the map number 1. But I just love the way Atlanta FaZe played it. Once we jumped into the listening, they kept Vegas Legion off of that P1 a majority of the time. They weren't focused on getting any time. They were more focused on maintaining the spawns for P2. And now, when they do that, it leads to a full 60 hold. So only 40 seconds away from Atlanta FaZe taking map number 1. It's going to be Vegas Legion early on into the kitchen, but it's a conga line from Atlanta FaZe all through the side door.
Standy, are you ready? Be prepared, because here the FaZe boys come. One more break, and that very well could seal the deal of the game. It's 2 early ones from Slasher, Simp with the 3rd, and Cell with the 4th. A clean break there from Atlanta, and that very well could be the game. How about this map? So far from Simp, 25 and 13. He's been doing the objective, and right now he's putting them on a highlight reel. Headshots aplenty, another 4 down and 20 to go.
Oh yeah, that might be game. Like, if you're a Slasher, just invest the damn cruise missile. It's all over. You know these guys are spawning all the way across the map. You got your SMG rule roaming around the diner area. It's only 10 seconds away until Atlanta FaZe dominating map number 1.
Oh, this is done. This should be over. They can still win it here, and nobody from Vegas is even close. Dominance in the reset there from Atlanta FaZe. And it's that man, Simp, in the top right corner with a bit of a smile, a bit of a laugh. He knows he just took over there on Hotel.
And I don't want to be the one to say it, Lando, but I'm telling you, every time you're the team that going into the map number 1, you grow to self a lead, all momentum on your side. When that reset button comes in, obviously out of both teams' control. But that just sucks on the side of Vegas Legion, man. You can just see, like you said, in the body language when we went for the listening, it was a bunch of cold shoulders, a little bit of size, like in a couple situations. And that eventually leads to the scoreline at the end of the game. We were worried about Atlanta FaZe bringing the fundamentals to play. They did that flawlessly on the second time that they had to play this map. Perfect at the P2 every time. Every time they had to find a break in towards Kitchen, they got it done. And I think the biggest turning point of the game was the top plat hill. When Atlanta FaZe didn't win the rotation. Vegas Legion were only down by 40 points. It's just when Atlanta FaZe applied all that pressure towards Kitchen, Vegas Legion should know that's the angle that Atlanta FaZe is going to try to break in, because you want to push that angle to spawn them all the way across the map. And then if you win those gunfights, to challenge those guys top plat, they have no cover from that angle towards backdoor of Kitchen. Atlanta FaZe with the better game plan in this map number 1. Fundamentals in play. Absolutely slammed the Vegas Legion to go up 1-0.
Yeah, impressive performance there from Atlanta. As you said, it's got to be a frustrating moment for Vegas, but tell you what, you got to be prepared. You got to be ready for anything that can be thrown at you. And so far, really throughout this series, and in game number 1, they had a lot of things being thrown at them, specifically Simp, as we said. Electric performance, 29 and 14, minute and a half inside of the hill. But Jay, one player who kind of went under the radar, I feel like, that kind of throughout this game, who had another fantastic performance, the Slasher, the Litica, 21 and 12, 2 minutes and some change inside of the hard point. That guy's been receiving all kinds of flack. That felt like in that opening HP, he was able to deliver on what a lot of people have been waiting for.
Yeah, we all know that Slasher on this Atlanta FaZe team, whenever Atlanta FaZe lose, Slasher is going to be the scapegoat. So in order to completely forget all those conversations, let's just take it into your own hands and let's dominate in the respawns. Goes 20 and 12 with a minute and 40 in the hill, earns himself a cruise missile, doesn't even have to invest it at the end of the game. Just from start to finish of that one, Atlanta FaZe were in control of the fundamentals. Every time they needed to rotate early, they got it done. They needed to get a break, they got it done. They needed a hold where they usually suck on this map, dead last in the league. They were able to make those proper adjustments on their setup to get some good, much needed time over some of these muddy hills. So already Atlanta FaZe looking like a team completely different from when they played against OpTic Texas last week.
I want to ask you too, man, like kind of getting back quickly on that Slasher point, like there's a lot of people who are obviously looking at Vegas, looking at Clay, but I feel like the same thing can be said for FaZe. Like, we want to know where this team is at right now, especially after the 3-0 loss that they suffer versus OpTic Texas. A lot of fingers were pointed at Slasher. Like, do you feel like the pressure should really be on his shoulders, given the fact that he is basically added alongside of these other 3? There's been so much talk about their respawns. How are they going to perform? Not in Search and Destroy, because we know how great they can be, but in the respawns, he's the guy to try to change that up, to figure out the fundamentals. Do you feel like the pressure is rightly so on his shoulders?
I feel like there's a little bit of pressure on his shoulders. Obviously, everybody else views it from an outside perspective. This is the odd man out. Like, this is the guy who just fairly joined the team. So you're going to put a lot of pressure on his back, but I think it's on all these guys. We're talking about some of the best Call of Duty players of all time. You went multiple years, so you were dominant in the respawns. And so far, even with this set lineup, you have yet to be able to consistently figure it out in this game. So it's not really all on Slasher. It's on everyone. Everyone has to be putting their 25% in to make sure they're perfecting their gameplay.
Without a doubt, team game. And really, this next game mode that we're about to see has been really a sensational performance. Right now, they are currently performing as the best Search and Destroy team in CDL history, well above 70% across all maps and modes. And Jay Mercado pretty much sits at the top of the list for their best Search and Destroy on the season, 5-1, not off of, well, I think it was like a loss not too long ago versus OpTic Texas, but the numbers are absolutely nutty when you look at how great that they have looked all season long here on Mercado Search.
Oh yeah, they're first in first blood, second on attacking rounds, second on defense. They were basically flawless until they played OpTic Texas on this map, and it's because OpTic Texas threw so many different looks at them, and they also shut down the aggression out of the SMGs. But Here we go into the search and destroy. All momentum definitely on the side of Atlanta FaZe, and it's starting early into this round. Usually do not see B pushes right off the rip, but they already have tank control. Placed it with the sniper, trying to get an angle.
Yeah, I know you and Nameless have talked about it previously, like back in the Envy days, you always want to try to throw an odd look off the rip. Kind of trying to play the mental games off the start. Clay with the sniper in hand, so desperately wanting to find that first blood. Oh, lines him up, gets one for free. Slasher very well might have been weakened, but regardless of it, Clay finds the first blood. TJ ends up sacrificing his life in the process. Here come Vegas.
Here come Vegas. Plays their attempt through the back alley. Clay finds another one with the snipe. It's a 2v2, both on the ARs versus Cellium and Simp. But Simp invests that dead silence. It's time to make a move.
Oh, Cellium snaking his heart out. Ends up losing Simp in the process. Ends up getting the read. The audio cue on to one. Now it's down versus Timp. Oh, wow. Is able to grab it. Goes for the one angle that MC was not prepared for. Earlier round going the way of Vegas, but boy, did it take a lot.
That's usually a very difficult retake to take over towards B. When you don't have any tint control, you know there aren't any trophy systems to allow you to break into the site for free. But Temp gets it all done, man. Clay finds two with the snipe, but then Temp through back alley is able to read Simp and then hit the route to jump up through the top window onto Cellium. As we take a replay at Clayster, old man Jim lining it up with the boomstick. Keeps his team alive in the round. But those final moments, Temp just did it all. What a play out of Don Don.
Yeah, impressive work. However, into round two we go, and FaZe quickly trying to make their presence felt. Get that first round out of the way. Nate over the top takes out TJ. The X Factor, without a doubt, moving into the search destroy. Great numbers all year, but not versus Atlanta. He's wiped out, and so is Temp.
So now it's instantly turned into a 4v2. Clayster also falls. All of the Standy into 1v4. Position known. aBeZy just going to hold the door. Can't win the gunfight, so Standy is able to make a play and at least get out with his life. So bomb in hand. Cellium is able to get the information. That's exactly what Atlanta FaZe wanted to do. But now with only 40 seconds left, Standy still has the ability to clutch this.
Still possible. 35 seconds on the clock. Great shots in the slasher, and you really needed that kill to come through. Fastnev is elite, but at range like that, never going to be easy. Brought down to 12 HP. Vegas gonna lose this round. FaZe hold true, hold strong. And my God, did they put a brigade of fire down over at Cantina.
Yeah, once they open up the first blood, they already know that we have the man advantage. Our SMGs can now be the aggressors. Simp and aBeZy take control of Cantinas. They find 2 kills and then leave Standy in the 1v3. No one gets overzealous. No one goes for a 1v1 chow. It's all team plays coming in at Atlanta FaZe to get one on the board. Now tied at 1.
As we said, we're so excited to see this search destroy between both of these squads. Number 1 and number 2 in terms of record. Really the only teams that have held best S&D team in the game honors. Vegas had it early and FaZe have had it ever since. Wouldn't know based off of that stun, but hey, it's not always perfect. Back into the B site we go. FaZe continue to go toward the more uncommon site. And we'll see if Vegas can be quicker to adapt than last time. They walked away with the round. And goes for a full-on 180 turn. First Blood Legion.
That was a beautiful bait and switch right there out of Vegas. You watch the cross through the middle of the map. Able to find the first blood, and now a couple players are just going to be super aggressive up through the back alley, but it does not pay dividend. As Atlanta are able to find 2, now what was a 4v3 in favor of Vegas Legion is now a 2v3. Clayster and Standy left to clutch.
Clay's position known. Standy going to join right alongside of him. So trophy out, ready to handle any of the remaining utility. Bomb placed, and Clay's going to be ready to adapt. Door slammed, and Standy not able to find his chance. Now it is all on to Clay, 1v3. And he's not able to make it work. FaZe learning from prior mistakes.
And that's just another round where Atlanta FaZe catch them off guard. Usually on your first attack round, you go towards B, they shut it down. You're probably not going to go back to that play. But Atlanta FaZe, being the team that they are, being the plays that they are, they realize we made a couple mistakes on our first push. We fixed those things. These rounds are basically locked up. As they make those adjustments, Vegas Legion stacked over towards that A-bomb again, thinking that's usually where Atlanta FaZe love to attack towards Cantinas. But now that's 2 rounds in a row where Atlanta FaZe is just catching him off guard with the blind counter.
It's not been a great start as well for TJ, buddy. 0-3. And we were talking about the numbers. Ant was bringing it up. TJ. Major struggle.
Right on cue.
This year, however, off the rip. Able to find one onto aBeZy. Simp laying down some shots. Vegas completely trying to take over the cantina. Last time around, it did not work, but early in the 4v3, bomb yet to get planted, though.
Yeah, that's the biggest kill, though, taking out aBeZy, because now you know there's no one else roaming in towards cantinas. But do you find the timing onto Simp? He invests that solids. He's going to be able to spot the player on bomb. Goes for 1, goes for 2, goes for 3. Simp, have yourself a moment. Don't slow down. Let's play for the Yates. Finds Tap, hits him with the hip fire. And Simp just does it all. In 12 seconds, he finds all the kill. Might have been quicker than that, but what a play right there from Simp.
And look at that, just toying with Tip at the end. A few extra bullets knowing that he had that ace. We'll get to watch it again. As you said, my friend, Pop's dead silence. Legion never had a clue. Goes low. They're onto the kill of Papa Clay. Simp taking over here in this series. A 6-1 beginning. He was the main slayer in the hard point. As concern begins to fill the faces of Vegas. Simp playing like this. This is going to be a series. Oh! Got an answer too. A triple inbound, and he wants an ace as well. One more left, and it's Don. Is it back-to-back aces here for the Tiny Tears? You bet it is.
What is happening today, Lando? That's 2 search and destroys today, where we have had multiple aces and back-to-back rounds. aBeZy does it all right there in towards cantinas. We got to take a look back at it. He gets hit by an nade. Only 10 damage gets done. Takes down Stan. He guns TJ and then snaps onto Ghosty. What a round right there out of aBeZy. To not slow down the momentum. But just the way that Atlanta FaZe are playing right now, it's looking like this only 2 rounds away until they close it out 6-1.
Good God. What are we watching right now? Vegas, you have got to wake up, and you got to wake up quick. Thankfully, the 2 men who have put down 8 players in 2 rounds.
What?
Orphan Slasher! Living up to the name. Gets a nice little stab there onto TJ, and now we're quickly in to the 2v1.
Oh, we're getting gunned out of our socks. There's simply nothing else to it. Cellium wins the 1-on-1 versus Tap. Ghosty now left in the 1v2 with bomb being down. Just trying to find his timing, but Atlanta FaZe aren't going to give him anything. They have everything covered, all angles watched, with the information that bomb being down towards bottom cantinas. There's no way Clay can get past any player on the opposite side. 35 seconds left.
Absolute madness in these last few rounds from FaZe. But Clay, can he come away with anything here for Vegas? Tossing out the utility. Trying to find some information. Goes for the nice little jump spot. He can actually find the timing. He can find the timing. Does he have the... Oh my God. It looked like he had a chance, but Atlanta back-to-back. Able to come away with the round off of some late game near heroics for Clay. They would have built a statue for this guy if he would have come away with that clutch. And I believe, Jay, that is an ace from Simp, an ace from aBeZy, and a 2v4 hat trick right there from Slasher.
Yeah, that just can't happen, man. You find the first blood, you find the first 2 kills, Slasher gets a trade, but then he instantly puts it towards bottom cantinas with this knife out. You gotta be ready for that gunfight. Once he finds the second Cellium, we know he's roaring with confidence. He goes for the chow. And Ghosty almost gets it done in the 1v2, but just great positioning right there of Atlanta FaZe. And now they find themselves at game point. Slasher has a cruise missile to work with. You're going back to the B setup. That's caught Vegas Legion off guard every time they've been on defense. And now you keep this bomb down for free.
aBeZy, first blood, no surprise there. Shriek is in, and they've got them caught in a corner. Already down, now to Clay. 1v3 for the game. Goes for the dolphin dive, and he is erased. Atlanta FaZe, have yourself a moment. Dominance displayed. Vegas completely outclassed here in this Mercado. And a Mercado search and destroy that's going to live in our hearts for a while. So many highlight plays. So many crazy moments as Atlanta wins 6 rounds in a row.
And this is what's scary about Atlanta FaZe, because if they take opening hard points, they're going into their best mode in game number 2, which is search and destroy. Good for them is that they had one of their best S&D maps here, and the reason why I'm bringing it up is because we saw the performances out of Simp and aBeZy in map number 1. They did not slow down going into this Mercado S&D because they know they set the tone with their aggression. With the SMG in hand, we're pushing out green. We're going to be the aggressive with the dead silence. We're going to be the playmakers. And that was just simply the case all map long. FaZe Legion did not have an answer. You see the difference between the SMGs on Atlanta FaZe compared to the SMGs on Vegas Legion. Yeah. 2 and 7 for both TJ and Standy. But when you allow these guys to get one moment of opportunity when they can start uproaring, like, you best believe Simp got that ace and aBeZy's like, wow, don't worry about it, Chris. I'm gonna do it the next round. Like, that's just the kind of team that Atlanta FaZe is. When they get one win, they're gonna be able to get a lot more. And so far, they have just been smoking Vegas Legion 2-0 already in the series.
You got me, man, with the don't worry about it, Chris. Oh my God, dude. But it feels like if you look at like the first blood column, like that is what OpTic Texas were able to do versus FaZe when they beat them on that one time, or the one time they played Mercado. Here does not happen. Atlanta says, who cares about the first blood? We're just going to absolutely dominate you in the later stages of games. My word, it has been a long time since we've seen a search and destroy like that one. Atlanta already netting a 2-0 advantage with Ella CeeLo control up next. Vegas, so far throughout the stage, they've been flawless. We'll see if they can remain in that category again, or if not, this is going to be a 3-0. We'll see you back here in just a moment.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. And upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the CDL.
Alrighty, friends, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. Currently, this is our last series of the day, going down to the Atlanta FaZe and the Las Vegas Legion. Well, it's been an interesting one. What are you laughing, Jay? What are you laughing about?
What you mean, what am I laughing about? Because you just did that start off. We know how this series is going. Vegas Legion are getting slammed currently, but this series is far from over. You got to win 3 maps to close out a series. So until that happens...
Make me feel better about the game 3. Can you?
All right, I got you. All right, we're going into this map 3-3. Atlanta FaZe, they have a record of 7-6. 46% on their offense, 71% on their defense. They're the best team on the defensive side. They're on the opposite side for Vegas Legion. I know their record is 1-8. They're one of the worst teams that we have on attacking and defense, but they did sniff out their first W last week versus OpTic Texas. So anything is possible. Vegas Legion are currently 2-0 control this stage. Can they make it a third?
I'll take that.
That was good enough? That was good?
Off the rip, it felt like despair, and then you kind of saved it at the end.
Yeah, I got you, dude.
All right, can Vegas do it? Vegas, I mean, hit the absolute turnaround. Mental after a map like that. It's got to be strong. But into the opener we go. Vegas Legion, as we said, have been so solid. And their controls up to this point, as you said, had an LSCLO previous. They were able to take earlier in this qualifier, that versus OpTic Texas, and then obviously we know how great they have been on to Expo, but into this round 1, and this has been great. This has been wonderful work, unscathed so far here at B.
Yeah, that's already 2 segments done. The third is about to come in. They're finding all the kills at the right time, and you got to make sure you're Atlanta FaZe. You all don't drop in this moment, because you're still going to spawn out toward the back left corner. And that could be an easy transition over for the Vegas Legion if they can get there quick enough. But they take their time, they allow Atlanta FaZe to come off spawn. Atlanta FaZe just have to maintain top tower control, because that's the power position to hold down this A point.
We'll see how long Cellium can remain in a spot like this. Now over at the Rock, Standing, putting the tack to good use. Can he be picked up? Okay, you bet he can be. Right into the objective they go. One less player that's going to be an ear's distance of it is Slasher. Onto the objective though, are Vegas. 2 players strong, 1 on Overwatch. However, Standy does get picked apart. This has been great work early here from Legion. They're keeping that time paused.
Yeah, Legion, they did a great job finding a majority of the kills so far on the map, maintaining map control. Eventually, Atlanta FaZe chain a couple kills together, and I keep them off the point for now. Now TJ invested in the talent. Might find the timing on the flank. Finds one, but all of his teammates drop. TJ was the last little scavenger. He gets taken down, and now all of Vegas Legion forced to fight out of their base.
Yeah, I like that look from TJ. It was a smart play, but in that moment, your teammates just don't win the battles from the front, and that pinch is not going to be established. FaZe quickly on the heels of Legion, aware of their back white spawns, and eventually able to put in a few. But kill department still very much so in favor of Legion, up by 4 lives as they once again begin their track toward that A zone. Slasher trying to be a problem in the back. He falls. MC now, the player once again at the top of the power position, looking to put some more players down.
Yeah, right now Vegas Legion, they're more focused on keeping Atlanta FaZe in the trap. Yeah, both of the AR players place their intent, trying to set up towards top party. The stack is going to be here. All of Atlanta FaZe coming from multiple different angles. The contest is here for Slasher, but for how long?
How long can it last? TJ for the shell! Able to take it. That could be it. That should be it. And it will be. Vegas with an early answer here on LSCLO. Exactly what you wanted to see from this team was to come out and at least put up a decent performance. But that was way more than decent, Jay. They captured B off the rip. Took a little bit of work to transfer back over toward the other zone, but that was clinical. That was great work there from Vegas.
Yeah, that was perfection, basically, out of Vegas Legion, because they know in round 1 of attacking rounds, the opposing team on defense doesn't have any trophy systems to work with. So let's just attack right up through field. They won the initial gunfights. They stacked the point. They're able to extend time by a minute. You know, all it took was 1 break over towards A, but then to close out the first attacking round. So Vegas Legion already starting off great to potentially have the reverse sweeps on the cards, but can they hold Atlanta FaZe on their attacks? Because you know the pressure that Simp and aBeZy already are going to apply. as they find themselves in enemy lines.
The same thing can be said for TJ of Vegas. He's also trying to do pretty much the exact same thing. So aBeZy finds a kill, Slasher finds one, and now that puts the pressure on Tej. He's gonna need to make a decent sized dent in the backside of the setup, and if he does not, this is gonna be a very quick objective done for Atlanta at A. So far, easy pickings. TJ tags up aBeZy, but all he can do is just initiate comms. Hey, aBeZy's somewhere in our base. Opens up that door. We'll see what he can do with the positioning. Temp also from the flank. TJ eventually falls. That zone is moving and moving quick.
Yeah. By the time Temp gets here, it might be for absolutely nothing because that's already going to be A. Gone. Now you just have to focus up all spawn and win a couple of these gunfights because aBeZy is causing problems. Already pushed out towards back BS and D. They find a couple kills and they're instantly on the transition over towards B. Even though Vegas Legion get a couple close spawns, these are not gunfights that you are definitely an advantage of.
Slasher looking to stay alive. One zone, rather one tick at this zone. Already done. It's halfway there. Clay, great poke there over at Slasher. Clay able to drop two. Cellium doing what he can to try to use the shifty movement to stay alive. Big pick coming in there from MC. Can he find another? Yes, he does. Two players still very much so alive.
Oh, my.
Oh, Cellium put them to bed. And that could be it. Two players on this objective. All four FaZe answer back with an attack of their own.
And I thought Vegas Legion, when they got those cold spawns, if they didn't win a couple of those gunfights, it was already going to be done. But Clay starts off with the initial two-piece. At that point, there's only two players left on the point, aBeZy and Cellium, that you had to focus on. You get aBeZy to reposition, but you just could not find a trade onto Cellium as he finds 3 to 4 kills in a row in those final moments to secure the round for Atlanta FaZe, all tied up at 1.
Such impressive work there from MC. As we said, it's basically like a two players versus the world right there. Cellium, aBeZy, able to stay alive, and they will carry that 4 spree now moving into the next round. Cruise missiles could be in their future as Vegas gonna need to have another massive answer here into round number 3. As we know here on LSCLO Control, it is still defensive favored, around 60% of the time the defensive team walks away with the round. So far, though, throughout this game has not been the case. We'll see if Vegas can have some more magic as that first segment is done already at A.
And you already see Vegas Legion changing up their attacks. You know that Atlanta FaZe have trophy systems over towards B with some insane head glitches that are not easy to take them down. So you just work your way over towards this A point. Already one segment in, but everyone falls at the wrong time. Clean 4 dead. Now Atlanta FaZe have the opportunity to apply the pressure, keep them in the trap for as long as they can. 55 seconds remaining on the round.
This is an interesting moment, right? Because Vegas are going to be in their spawn. They've been known to be a decently solid slaying team lately in their control victories. Atlanta have actually struggled in moments like this where they've got the enemy in the backside of the spawn. They've not really been able to capitalize, and right there, you see it be put on full display, but MC is not like the others. Ends up going for the cruise, so the 6 spree eventually comes to an end, but he is able to earn what he so desperately was working for. Slasher also putting players to bed on the outside. Attacks being put to good use for the remainder of the roster as making Vegas work for every single bit of progress at A. Transition now toward B. TJ stopping the time.
Yeah, Clayster's in a great position though. Clayster's worked his way all the way up through the rock side, so if he's able to take down Slasher as he does, now you can put the last 2 players from Atlanta FaZe in the spawn trap. Just got to allow your teammates to find the last 2 players who are roaming around the middle of the map, but Clay's main focus is to keep these guys at bay, to allow his teammates to close out this B segment for free. That's another 3 down in the feed. The stack is going to be here. Look like Vegas Legion are going to be able to extend that time.
Able to do so. Minute 30 on the clock. Had to work for it, but great work toward the end. There from Legion. Now we'll see what they can muster up. 2 more segments to go over at A. Stanny has had that tack out, and understandably so, on the defensive side, and he's made it look quite good. Now he's going to be put in a spot where he may be the player that has to work to try to take down MC. As you said, Jay, that is the focal point, really, for the attacking sides at that A zone. You got to get that player out of Red Tower. Meanwhile, it's Clay working through back mountain. Standy, this is great work from Legion. Not jumping right to the objective, but pretty much taking FaZe out of every power spot.
Yeah, they're just trying to keep the players that are coming off spawn in their spawn every single time. But regardless of Vegas Legion having a little bit of map control, KiSMET eventually gives up rock control, and he works his way all the way around the back to try to get a different angle to take Cellium off the top radio. Finally, he does so, but at what cause? His teammates are nowhere near to the point. The second segment is about to be in, but Atlanta FaZe are instantly here to try to break right back in.
Yes, current 3 versus 2, and well, Standy and TJ, they both fall. Another reset needed here for Vegas. Currently tied in lives. One more segment to go if you're Legion, but this is without a doubt going to be the most difficult one. We basically turn things into search and destroy. First blood in this opening team fight means everything.
Yeah, you see Vegas Legion, they're slowing down because all they need is one segment. Like you said, the opening team fight is going to be everything, and that's not the way you want to start it. Cellium and Simp combined for 2. KiSMET towards top window, information now gained. But Temp, he's still alive towards the side arches. Temp at least does take down 1. They still have an opportunity to stop this clock.
Oh! 2 found from FaZe. It's 3 found on the opposite side for Vegas, but aBeZy still happens to be here, and that could be the objective. It is! Legion, with such a small window, are able to just manage to capture the final segment there at the end. It looked like FaZe did exactly what they had to. They're in that 4v4. They find 2 early picks, but as you said, Jay, Clay and Temp stay up, stay alive, and Vegas stay afloat, as it is all attack so far here on LSCLO.
Man, Temp and KiSMET, you shouldn't allow them to make that play. Someone from Atlanta FaZe has to get towards top radio, and with them not having that position, that's what allows Temp to roam through the side arch, find the first kill, and then KiSMET to find the second. All you needed was 1 segment. You needed 1 opportunity, and they get it done. Back to the defense they go, though. All out pressure from Atlanta FaZe towards A. TJ starting to step up in this game. He's able to find 2, make it 3. So he lines up the gunny onto Slasher. All of Atlanta FaZe coming all spawn towards White. This can start to get scary because we know the slaying ability of these SMGs. They're always consistently going to be in your face.
Oh, TJ starting to feel it. Oh, takes down a teammate, but has a snap prepared for MC. Delivering whatever that you'd like. He was actually having a fun time over at the bar. But that is just what TJ can do for you. We call him the X Factor. He runs rampant in the base of FaZe early on. And you can see what that does already. Just 35 seconds left in this round.
Yeah, Atlanta FaZe got to get a move on it. They got to figure out where they want to go. And with the aBeZy finding that kill on the KiSMET, it's looking like the push is going to come in towards this 8 point. Temp in a great position, though, to cut down these guys as they slowly try to work their way out, but he does not hold down radio tower. Slasher takes that power spot, and now Atlanta FaZe able to stop the clock. First segment already in.
So looks like it's going to belong to them. However, TJ could be the difference. Can he find the timing? aBeZy prepared, able to knock him down. 2 segments about to be the 3rd. Another objective looks to be captured here in this game as both teams, it feels like a boxing match here, Jay, on LSCLO. Both teams continue to swing, throw haymakers back and forth. And aBeZy ready for a knockout punch on the flank on the 3 spree. He's got Envoy, knows the Temp has got to be on these stairs. Not able to finish off that kill. These are all massive gunfights going down right now.
I know, in Vegas Legion, they get a couple split spawns. You got 1 player spawns towards top cliff. The rest of his teammates spawn all the way across the map. You still have to get past aBeZy, and KiSMET with that spawn is able to take him down. So now with that being 3 dead, Atlanta FaZe forced to hit the reset. Simp dodging in real life and in game.
I noticed that.
But at least Vegas Legion currently find themselves up by 4 lives. Atlanta FaZe, no, we got to invest our cruise missile or we will lose the map. So all information gained right here for Cellium. He takes down Standy. Now you can apply that pressure up through field.
MC threads the needle. Currently numbers in favor of Atlanta. Clay needs this gunfight victory. Does not and cannot afford for Slasher to be in a spot like this, but it may not matter. It may not matter. Slasher does not have the force. Oh, he tried to jump off the top rope, and he'll eventually pay for it. Time paused, and now Vegas have got to make another effort at it. Oh, aBeZy and Simp end up winning 2. It's a full-on stack. Here comes Atlanta. Is this where the round comes to a close? Is it another attack, or is it going to finally be an answer here from the Legion? Putting away 2. aBeZy will fall, and now it is on to MC.
No!
The exact same thing in a round previous.
Oh!
It goes low. FaZe, is this the round? Yes, it will be. My God, what an LSC again. And now we get to experience another round of it.
Oh man, that just can't happen though. If you are Vegas Legion, you played it to perfection in those final moments. Before Clayson jumps down from top party, Temp finds 2, but then both of his teammates drop. And then it's Cellium again towards White Truck. How many times have we seen it so far on this map? 2-piece after 2-piece from this positioning. He only had 16 kills, and a majority of them are over towards that White Truck area, which is insane. But Atlanta FaZe, they clutch up on the attacking round. And believe it or not, they're the #1 team in overall Team KD, but they are getting outslayed here, so they have the opportunity to try to close out this map on another attack to make it 5 in a row.
Unbelievable.
Uh-oh.
We've seen here on LSC.
Oh my
God, it is a quick triple. Granted here from FaZe, they are going to run rampant onto this B zone. They've got plenty of bodies, and now they're about to have plenty of time. An extra minute is about to go onto that game clock, and that puts that much more pressure now onto Vegas Legion. They're going to have to hold and make something special happen. However, they jump in for a moment. They got to take MC off. Oh my God, MC is a man on a mission. He cannot die over at the field. Like you said, Jay, 17 and 16, but every kill has been impactful.
It's unbelievable the gunfights he's able to win. And now he finds himself in a position that could be so crucial. A couple Vegas players drop to his teammates. He's playing it nice and slow, but there's so much time on the clock. You're just looking for one opportunity to make your way in. Simp gets the info onto TJ, but a great nade to slow him down. Sets up Clayson for the first kill. And right now, even though Cellium has such a great positioning, none of his teammates are giving him anything to work with. No one's dropping. So far, Vegas Legion are holding strong.
Unbelievable. The fact that Vegas are just not dying yet. Like, obviously, there's 2 kills. There you go. All right.
Timing.
We're waiting for the moment where Cell can start to be impactful. His teammates have now set him up, and what can he do? Unbelievable accuracy coming in from this guy. FaZe currently stalling the time. It is Simp on the objective. It's Cellium on the mountaintop. Oh, he drops. He ends up dropping. Into the objective we go. Simp overwhelmed. aBeZy able to fire through 1 tick over at A, but Legion have managed to stay alive. Minute and 20 still left up.
Yeah, that was the biggest skill, just taking out Cellium from top rock. Once you do that, you're able to win a couple gunfights, retake control of top radio tower, and now hold strong in your base. I wonder how many ARs right now Vegas Legion currently have, because Standy has 1. TJ just got a kill with 1. Pretty sure they're potentially running 4 ARs right now. This is making it a lot more difficult for Atlanta FaZe to find an opening, but Simp on the flank does take down Temp. He's slowly trying to work his way out. There's only 50 seconds left on the clock. Atlanta FaZe is able to stop the time for now.
Just a matter of time. Yeah, I was gonna say it's just a matter of time when Slasher begins to make his presence felt. Wonderful coordination there from FaZe. Hop on the objective, make a player flank. The pinch was in. We'll see what they can do with it. 2 players out of the picture from both teams. Slasher ends up winning his 1v1, and that is now the 2nd tick in. TJ will drop. This could be the game. This could be it right here. FaZe are gonna stack the point, and that will be it. Atlanta FaZe deliver a hot 3-0 here versus the Vegas Legion. And it took some unreal plays here on LSCLO Control, one of the best that we have seen this season. Haymaker after haymaker. But FaZe comes out with the dub. And boy, did they need that.
They definitely needed that win. You get a 3-0 versus LAG. You get 3-0 by OpTic Texas. Your instant response is the 3-0 the Vegas Legion. So it's either Atlanta FaZe, they're making up in their mind, like, we're either going to lose 3 maps or we're not going to lose a single one. So far, that has been the stage for these guys.
Yeah.
They close out the series 3-0. But what an LSCLO Control it was from start to finish, man. I know Vegas Legion, they fell short, but they fought. They fought to the very end of this game. It just came down to a couple key moments where you just had to find a trade. You couldn't do it twice when you're attacking on your defensive rounds when Cellium was roaming around White Truck. And then even in that final, Slasher, Simp, They all find the kills at the right time, combined for 3 spawn, all of Vegas Legion across the map. And they're able to close out the series in 3, man. Vegas Legion just couldn't have a bounce back. After the reset at map number 1, everything else was drastically in favor of Atlanta FaZe. And now the pressure's a lot higher for Vegas Legion to make it into the top 8. You don't get this when you still find yourself down by 20 points versus Minnesota Røkkr. But these are victories, or these are matches where we expect them to be a lot closer. Not like this. You have to be ready to play against the best at any moment.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I couldn't put it better than what you just said right there, Jay. FaZe come through with a huge 3-0 victory. And then obviously for Vegas Legion, as you said, it makes that matchup there on Sunday versus Minnesota, the team that just sits above them in that 8th seed. That much more intense. I mean, Legion had the chance, right? They win this series, then they have that matchup versus Minnesota. After this week, they could have had the 8th seed. However, it's going to have to wait a little bit longer. But I don't know what it is, man. Jay, I felt like we had a Game 5 written all over it. We used to have the Magic, but we have another 3-0.
Yeah, let's throw it to the desk, man, because I got to with Pocket. He keeps saying, we're the guys that's going along distance. You might be the curse, Chris. I don't know what the hell's going on. We haven't seen a Game 5 in months now.
Cursed, blessed, it all depends if you work for production or not. It's a fast day Friday, though, and thank you, gentlemen, for another 3-0 for the FaZe fans, because that's where the majority of the chat was leaning. They cashed in on channel points today, but I don't think anyone expected a 3-0 alley. This one was swift.
I mean, maybe not, maybe you did. I mean, again, it is Atlanta FaZe, as Ant gave us the historics. I mean, 10-0 against Vegas Legion, 3-0 on the season, now 4-0. For me, I think it was a little bit of a player dip, just because when I talk about this series and I talk about the stats, I mean, number 2 and number 3 Search and Destroy team, number 7, number 8 Hardpoint team, and number 9, number 8 Control team. So technically, on paper, statistically, this should have been a very, very close matchup, but it's off of players like Simp in that map 1, Cellium in that map number 3, and even the playmaking in map number 2 that sets them apart in this matchup versus Vegas Legion.
It feels like another matchup that is just one-sided affair. OpTic has FaZe's number. Well, FaZe, without a doubt, has Legion's number.
Yeah, definitely. I will say it is very tough. Obviously, it's known. I've been outspoken on it. You never win the replay. They came out pretty hot. There is a replay, unfortunately. And they lose that map 1 hardpoint. Okay, you go into a Mercado. This is a map that historically both these teams have been good at. Well, FaZe really set it up early with those B pushes off the rip. Yeah. I did not think Vegas was ready for that. And you could see after that, they're just steamrolled. They don't know what to do. They're committing guys to both bomb sites, excuse me. And it's very tough. At that point, you're down 0-2 in the series. It's going to be a tall mountain to climb.
Speaking of that search and destroy, it's pretty easy to jump out to a 2-0 when you have 2 aces in one game. The Tiny Terror, Simp, and aBeZy going back-to-back. Man, would take this away.
I mean, this was disgusting. Simp runs right down towards the bomb site, finds 3 kills, goes up top. This guy has no idea where he's at. The Daddy is popped. They're dapping up, and in the next round, aBeZy's foaming at the mouth. He's ready to go. He runs right at them again, finds the first kill, and the guy running towards the building jumps out, only loses 10 health, finds 2, and snaps for the 3rd, and he eventually cleans it up with the 4th onto Temp. Temp's in a 1v. There's nothing he can do here. He's got to go hedges against aBeZy.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where Atlanta FaZe kind of set themselves up for success in those situations, because those previous rounds, they had full flooded towards that B side on offense. So now Vegas Legion's put into a precarious situation where they have to send a player to the B site. So some serious game-making decisions out of Atlanta.
Serious decisions and some serious plays being made by this man. aBeZy joins us live right now once again, our monster winner spotlight. And aBeZy, congratulations on the dub. We saw a 5-game series from New York and OpTic from Vegas. Today, you guys shut them down in 3. What was different this time around?
I think our teamwork and everything was really good today. I feel like we were playing really solid. I feel like there's a few situations in control we could have played better, but yeah, an overall good dub.
aBeZy, in the first 2 opening offenses of that Mercado Search and Destroy, obviously you guys make the heads-up play to go over to that B site instead of A, which obviously kind of makes that mental note for Vegas Legion that they can't leave it alone after that. Is that something you guys prepared heading into this matchup specifically, or have been preparing over time?
Yeah, something we prepared like going into the match. We thought throwing in a B hit, might throw them off, so that's why we did that.
aBeZy, I want to ask about the hardpoint. You guys haven't been that great in that game mode, but today I saw you guys slowing down at times. The kitchen break was absolutely beautiful there at the very end. So talk to me about how you guys have been improving in that game mode.
I mean, yeah, we've been really hard, like, focusing on our fundamentals and, like, kind of just, like, working on our hardpoint in general. Putting in a lot of work behind the scenes, obviously. And, yeah, we had a good showing today in hardpoint.
Abe, final question for you is it's about the matchups for me. Coming into the last 2 tournaments, we have Toronto, then COD champs. What is it about teams like OpTic that cause you trouble when you have a lot of success against most of these bottom 6 teams?
I mean, sometimes things just come down to, like, a matchup thing or us just, like, I don't know. I feel like sometimes we're just, like, a little off on days, and I feel like we need to, like, make sure that we're consistent, you know, because I feel like we're really good. We're a solid team in scrims, and sometimes we don't transition, so we definitely got to work on that.
All right, well, now you are 2-1 here in the Major 5 qualifiers. Everyone expecting to see you in another winner's bracket.
Thank you.
That is our man Abe, aBeZy, and crew getting another dub for Atlanta FaZe, but they're not the only team to walk away with 10 points. Let's take a look back at the start of the day where LAG took on the London Royal Ravens, number 11 versus number 12. And this one, well, it was a 3-1 finish with the purple squad coming out on top, Allie.
Yeah, this was actually a surprising match for me because I was leaning more towards the London Royal Ravens on this side. I felt like they were playing a lot of teams much closer, but it was LAG that comes out with the big win. That Fortress, though, I mean, Joe just took over 35-21. I feel like he really made a statement when it came to this matchup that he is capable of taking over some of these respawns. Obviously, he still needs some work to be done in that Fortress, but I do also want to tip my hat in that same sentence to Yuli going 10-5 once again, a player that off his debut, nobody's hopes were really high about him, but I feel like slowly but surely he's shown that he can hang in the league, but the London Royal Ravens are just in a tough situation.
Yeah, big game for LAG, clutching up in that control. Probably the most impressive map win throughout that series. And then obviously they dominate them in that hard point, but they use that momentum going forward. And like you touched on, Joe Thieves was incredible, and he has been incredible. So I'm expecting to see more out of him. You got to think if you get some more output out of a guy like Arcees going forward, this is a team that can play spoiler for some of our squads. So it'll be exciting to see how they develop now that sort of the pressure to make a run for champs is off. You're just going out there and trying to do your thing.
London is done. LAG mathematically still in the running for champs, but it's not looking easy. They still have 3 games to go. As we take a look at Florida Mutineers, they needed to win out. At least that's what we thought coming in. Still in the mix despite a loss to Boston Breach, so I think is the real story on the day. Boston kind of in danger. They're right above Røkkr. They have Vegas chasing them 2 spots back. You've definitely grown that gap with another 10-point victory. You have 2 tough matches ahead of you, but you're feeling pretty good going into Toronto.
You're feeling great right now. If you're the Boston Breach, I feel like there was a couple things for them to kind of prove in this series. Not only, you know, continually that consistency with Vivid now plugged back into the roster, and also, again, like Chris said, with the points on the line as well. Because even though they're sitting kind of comfortable at like 6th, 7th right now, they are still technically in that running where Minnesota, Vegas Legion, somebody can play spoiler. So a big win for them today.
Yeah, I mean, sort of the perfect storm for these guys. I mean, you have a LAN match off the rip with the new squad, trying to figure it out. You beat them in front of a home crowd, and then you beat Florida Mutineers 3-0. And now you have Seattle, Atlanta, New York. Just seems like it gets increasingly more difficult as it goes on, as you get that experience. So for Boston, they're in a really good spot. I mean, they're 2-0 at the moment. So if they can win 2 of these next 4, you find yourself with a great seed and potentially make a run at Major 5.
All right, and of course, we have games continuing Saturday and Sunday. 4 matches coming your way as we kick off the bounty battles. London Royal Ravens take on Atlanta FaZe. We've got LA Thieves taking on Mutineers. Surge versus OpTic at 6 o'clock. Are we going to get the Surge that can go to the podium, or is OpTic going to roll over another squad? That is going to be the story of the day for me. Final thoughts on day number 1. Allie, we're all recovering from your birthday party.
I'm just happy that it was such a quick day.
It's swift. I like it. Nameless?
Vegas got a lot of work to do, man. I'm excited to see if they can make the Cinderella run. And like we said, they play Minnesota, so that's going to be a bang.
And I have to say, awesome time talking to Joe Thieves. If you missed the interview, he's definitely going to become a face to look out for here in the CDL. That's going to do it for day 1. We'll see you at 2:45 Eastern for headquarters tomorrow, Saturday. Mark your calendar. See you then.
Pick up where I left off, it ain't over. Whole squad on the ground.
rapper, all I know, I'm a soldier, stand up, add attention, shake it off, tell us we forget the trip, back to mission, no surrender, just commitment, I see visions, eyes closed, shut, heart monitor, going crazy, man, it's panicking, woke up from the stretcher in the red, removing the bandages, hopes up, I'ma catch you ever made me suffer these damages, power level breaking screens, they like, way, look at them scampering, rejuvenated, reborn, I'm basically the man again, made the world stand still, they amazed, frozen like mannequins, kick the door off the hinges, make way, someone needs banishing, they ain't think I was able, but I'm came when it come to savageness, I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it, still got a little fight, I'ma finish it, little this, little that, everyone pulling triggers full of max, talking feces cause they full of that, ain't really G's, they GNATs, they really just next, scratch them off, power balls, look at them spinning, they really spin offs, getting me dizzy, give me a headache, maybe when I turn my head up, I could really use a Tylenol, candy rappers talking good and pretty, feeling too many to mention, but no, I'm tired of y'all, suck to infinity, you could never be my enemy, you make me look good, I should be hiring y'all, I'm reborn, I'm basically the man again, made the world stand still, they amazed, frozen like mannequins, kick the door off the hinges, make way, someone needs vanishing, they ain't think I was able, but I'm came when it come to savageness, I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it, still got a little fight, I'ma finish it, I'ma finish it.
Wait for his time. Yeah. Let Reese 1v on them. Hey, you want to stay alive,
I'm in form right now.
This is elite, brother.
Yeah, we're getting roasted for sure.
Let's finish him off now, 10. Close back. Yeah,
I'm in form. I'm in form right now.
Reese, come on, baby. Let's go. One more.